Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
Almost a whole week without D-backs baseball. It was like a desert. But tonight, on a Friday night in the Valley, Chase Field springs back to life with the opening of a 10-game homestand to start the season's second half. They're all big from this point on, but we start with 3 against the team just ahead of the Diamondbacks in the National League West. There you go. The San Francisco Giants in here for the first of 3 tonight. The D-backs and the Giants on Fox Sports Arizona. And good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the second half of the season. Steve Berthume and Bob Brenly along the way. D-backs fans everywhere really excited about the possibilities for this ball club over the next few months. The Diamondbacks right in the postseason conversation in terms of both the division and the wild card. It's been a fun year so far. A lot more good things still ahead for this ball club. Bob, the improvement compared to last year at this time, of course, has been exponential. What has most impressed you?
A number of things have impressed me, but first and foremost for me is the defense that they played on a daily basis. When you have a young, inexperienced starting rotation and a bullpen that was racked by injuries early in the season, you better get every out you should defensively. And the Diamondbacks have done extremely well, whether it's in a slight shift, making some great defensive plays, or in an exaggerated pull shift. We've seen some tremendous defensive plays out of this pull shift. It's worked well for the Diamondbacks. This happened to be a bunt attempt against the shift. Nick Ahmed was up to the task. Number 2, Paul Goldschmidt. The offense has been really good since the early going this season, mostly just riding Goldie's coattails. He's had a little bit of a hiccup here in the days leading up to the All-Star game, but I expect him to be right back on it. And the stolen bases, I think, are a big surprise in the first half. Only the Reds have stolen more bases than Diamondbacks, and not only the steals, but the aggressive first to third, scoring from second on a base hit. The base running has been outstanding, and all of that follows the lead of their leader, Chip Hale. I think a lot of people question Chip Hale. He'd never managed at the major league level. He's been a minor league guy his career, but he learned his lessons well. He trusts his staff well, and he has really done an outstanding job pushing the buttons for this young team.
Well, there are a lot of good notes on which to start the second half of the season. Dansby Swanson, of course, is in the fold. The number 1 overall pick has agreed to terms. And Ender Inciarte is back. He is not, however, in the starting lineup tonight.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see him tomorrow against Jake Peavy, but Chip Hale said he wanted to give those guys that finished the first half the opportunity to start the second half, and Jared Saltalamacchia goes on the disabled list with a strain in his neck.
Diamondbacks baseball is back. The second half is underway. This is a critical series against these Giants, just ahead of the D-backs in the NL West. The series starters are preview, and then it's first pitch, the Diamondbacks and the Giants on Fox Sports Arizona.
is brought to you in part by Cox Gigablast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the new black pepper cheeseburger today, only at Jack in the Box.
Welcome back to Chase Field. I'm Kate Longworth, getting you set for this 3-game set between the Giants and Diamondbacks. And all weekend long, these games will feature quite the pitching matchups. You can see it all right here on Fox Sports Arizona. Tonight, it's Robbie Ray who gets the nod for Arizona, going up against a now healthy Matt Cain, making his just his 3rd start of the season. Chip told me that Robbie's fastball is at the top of his game right now. He just wants to see him mixing in that breaking ball and changeup as well. Then tomorrow, Jake Peavy searching for his first win on the year, but it won't come easy because it's Chase at Chase. And then Sunday's finale is highlighted by Patrick Corbin facing the reigning World Series MVP in Madison Bumgarner. Now, Chip, specifically coming out of the All-Star break, made sure Corbin could get in against this series against San Francisco, trying to send his best on the mound and to the plate because this is a 3-game set, and right now just 3 games separate these two teams. How will things look in the standings come Sunday? Well, you can only find out right here on Fox Sports Arizona. We have first pitch coming up on the other side.
Let's get this second half fired up. 3rd in the National League West, 7.5 behind the first place Dodgers in a very manageable 5 games out of a wild card spot. This club contending right now and opening the second half with an important series against the San Francisco Giants to begin what should be a critical 10-game homestand, a chance to make up some ground against Angel Pagan, Joe Panik and company, the team just ahead of the Diamondbacks in the NL West standings. Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher tonight is Robbie Ray. He has earned the right to be, in a sense, the Diamondbacks' second opening day starter, out there to kick off the second half of the season and facing the Giants for the first time in his career. Here's Chip Hale.
Continue what he's doing, and he's pitching great. He's throwing the ball well. His fastball is definitely a swing and miss pitch. He's going to have to continue to mix in the breaking ball and the changeup. And I think as he does that and gets more confidence in it, he'll be better for it.
The numbers on Robbie Ray: outstanding at Texas, his final start before the All-Star break. Electric was the word Chip Hale used. Robbie, a 2.16 ERA through his first 8 starts.
Yeah, very economical in that last start against the Rangers. Threw only 91 pitches, pitched into the 8th inning, went 7 2/3, gave up 2 unearned runs in that ball game on only 4 hits.
And there's strike 1 to Angel Pagan. Mike Estabrook is our plate umpire tonight, and we are underway Pagan just over 270. He has been mostly this year a singles hitter. He has yet to hit a home run. This in the air out to Yasmani Tomas. He's got it at the track. 2 pitches, 1 out for Robbie Ray. The lineup for Bruce Bochy, San Francisco Giants.
That's a big out right there, retiring Angel Pagan. He's a .377 hitter in his last 27 games in this ballpark. He'll be out in center field with Joe Panik at second, Matt Duffy at third base, Buster Posey doing the catching, Hunter Pence back out in right field, Brandon Crawford at short, Brandon Belt at first, Justin Maxwell will be in left field, and veteran right-hander Matt Cain on the mound for the Giants.
Ball 1 to Joe Panik. Fans anxiously awaiting the start of the second half of this season with a big 10-game homestand. So come on and join us here at Chase Field. Joe Panik 10th in the league and hitting at .308. He's hit 7 home runs and showing a lot more power at the plate this season than he did as a rookie last year. An all-star selection by his manager Bruce Bochy. He's got a base hit. He really handles himself pretty well against left-hand pitching. Take a look at the Diamondbacks defensively around their left-hander Robbie Ray.
Thought we might see Ender Inciarte in the lineup tonight. First day back off the disabled list, but as we mentioned before, Chip Hale says he'll probably be in there tomorrow against PV. For tonight, it's Peralta, Pollock, and Tomas left to right across the outfield. Lamb and Ahmed on the left side of the infield. Owings and Goldschmidt on the right side, with Wellington Castillo behind the plate for lefty Robbie Ray.
Ender Inciarte back from a minor league rehab stint at AA Mobile and good to go. Jared Saltalamacchia put on the DL with a neck strain before the ball game today to make room for Ender. Matt Duffy, the third baseman, 293 and 8 home runs. He has turned out to be the guy who very quickly made Giants fans glad they did not sink $95 million into Pablo Sandoval, because Duffy has been terrific.
That'll just about pick up his room service charges.
As the Red Sox are finding out.
Well, Duffy's been, I wouldn't call him a surprise, but certainly the Giants have to be pleased with what they've gotten from Matt Duffy. Guy's hitting for power. He's driving in runs, playing solid defense at third base. Seemed like second base was the position they had so much trouble with the past couple of years with a lot of injuries and some ineffectiveness. Joe Panik has plugged that hole, and now Matt Duffy has plugged the hole at third.
That's a nice group with Crawford at shortstop. Interesting thing about Duffy was he came up through the minor leagues as a shortstop, but was really thrown over at third base very late in spring training. Had never been a power hitter before in his career, but he's hit enough to fit the profile at third. Done a nice job. Robbie Ray ahead, a ball and 2 strikes. Giants starting the second half of the season 3 over 500. They are 4.5 games behind LA, second in the NL West. And they have won their last 9 series here. The Giants have not lost a series at Chase Field since April of 2012. That's got to change. 1-2 to Matt Duffy.
Take a quick look at our Valley Honda keys to the ball game tonight with Rich Rodriguez in the house. We're going to send a salute to down south here in Arizona. Bear down Arizona. That applies to the Diamondbacks as well as the Wildcats. And home sweet home. The Diamondbacks finished 1 game over 500 in the first half of the season. A nice long 10-game homestand to start the second half. I'd like to improve upon those numbers.
Take advantage of the scheduling now. You had a break. You got some home cooking, a chance to make a move in the division in the wild card.
Yeah, the Giants, you mentioned the success they've had in this ballpark, but they have been struggling on the road. They've lost their last 7 road games, hit only .233 over that stretch. The pitcher's ERA close to 7. They've walked as many as they've struck out, so might be catching the Giants at a good time on the road.
Yeah, a loss tonight would make it 8 straight on the road. That would be their longest road losing streak in 15 years. And add to that fact that the Giants will open up the second half by playing 16 of their next 22 away from AT&T Park. So this road thing is something they've got to get figured out.
Pitchers.
Off in his own world. Duffy doing a good job here, extending this at bat against Robbie Ray. Another 1-2 pitch is another foul ball, and this is why this guy's had such a good year. He's a tough out up there.
Duffy at the plate now, and Joe Panik on first base after his base hit. Very similar in style as hitters. Very pesky. They can be good contact hitters when they work a count in their favor. They look for a specific pitch and try to drive it. These are the at-bats that drive you crazy.
Lifts it in the air to Yasmani Tomas. Robbie Ray wins the battle, 2 down.
Could have done that 8 pitches ago, but all's well that ends well. Got the lazy fly ball to Tomas in right.
And now you got to figure out a way to retire the red-hot Buster Posey. 314, 14 home runs. 10 of those 14 homers have come away from AT&T Park. Just back from playing in his 3rd All-Star game, his 2nd career start. Right by him. Good start, 0-1.
See the numbers for Buster Posey. Home and road this year. The power on the road, which is kind of to be expected. That ballpark in San Francisco can play as a home run park if you get the wind blowing the right direction, but more of a singles, doubles, triples ballpark than a home run ballpark. Posey's another Giant that likes this ballpark since the beginning of the 2010 season and will qualify 140 at-bats or more. Buster Posey has the highest batting average, the highest on-base percentage, and the highest slugging percentage of any opposing player.
Robbie Ray ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Panik the runner at first. There goes Panik, and there's the strikeout for Robbie Ray. He punches out Posey to strand the 1-out single. We are underway the second half of the season. Diamondbacks and Giants from Chase Field. To take their first crack at your Arizona 4th starting pitcher for the Giants, it's the veteran right-hander Matt Cain. He missed almost all of the first half with injuries. Tonight, just his 3rd start this year. Here's Goldie.
He's got 3-4 good pitches, so he's tough. He knows a veteran guy, so he knows, how to get ahead, but knows if guys are trying to be too aggressive, how to try to get guys to chase as well. So just try to have some smart at-bats and hit the ball hard, and regardless of what's going on, maybe you have a few innings where you don't score, but just keep on after it.
A.J. Pollock leads it off. Chops the first one foul. Matt Cain has missed most of this year. It was a flexor tendon strain in his right elbow, the same elbow that was operated on last summer. He went on the DL just before opening day, wound up missing 3 months, but he's looked healthy so far in 2 starts back.
Yeah, one start not so good against the Marlins. Went 5 innings, gave up 7 hits and 5 runs. He did walk 4 in that ball game, but followed that up with an outstanding start against the Mets. Went 6 innings, gave up only 2 hits of shutout baseball.
That was his first victory since July 9th of last season. A.J. in there at .299, just back from the All-Star game. 11 home runs. Yes, he went. Jim Reynolds down there at first. It's a ball and 2 strikes.
That 4 or 5 seconds between the time you check your swing and that umpire finally appeals down to the first base umpire when you know you swung at the ball. That's seems like an eternity.
It's like waiting for those test scores to come back after the math quiz. Well, I went down the tubes on that one.
You try to look so cool. Yeah, I didn't swing at that. You walk away like it's no big deal. And out of the corner of your eye, you're watching that first base umpire knowing he's going to stick his fist up in the air and call it a strike.
2-2 pitch. Base hit for Pollock. That one finds a gap, and A.J.'s on the run. Hunter Pence over to cut it off, and he's in there. The hit for a slide, his 19th double. Not a bad start.
Good way to start the second half right there. A.J. Pollock staying on a pitch away from him and lining it toward that gap in right center. Hunter Pence closed the gap, but doesn't have much of a throwing arm, and A.J. Pollock knows that. He's going to challenge Hunter Pence, especially if he's moving laterally out there in the gap, and A.J. easily advances on to second.
David Peralta. Ball 1 inside. Peralta 267 and 8 homers. Thought we might see Ender and Ciarte in a lineup tonight, but as Bob told you earlier, Chip Hale just being a little cautious, kind of ease him back in there. We expect to see him in the lineup tomorrow night. There's a strike, 1-1. And David having a very good July. He's hitting just under 280 this month. 7 extra base hits, 7 RBIs in 10 games. A very productive hitter up there. Base hit. A.J. had to hold up. They'll stop him at third. A double and a single to greet Matt Cain, and here's Goldie.
Hit it too hard. A.J. Pollock wasn't sure if that ball was going to carry all the way out to Angel Pagan in center field, so he had to momentarily hold up before advancing on to third base. Nice job of setting the table for Goldie here.
He begins the second half of the season leading the National League in hitting at .340. No player in the major leagues has more RBIs. First and third, nobody out. High fly ball, deep right field, playable for Pence. Pollock at third, here he comes. Peralta will bluff and hold at first, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks. It's time to do the lineup for Chip Hale's D-backs, who have a 1-0 lead.
Try to do it quick before we get all the way through the lineup here in the first inning. A.J. Pollock will be in center field. David Peralta out in left. Goldie with the sac fly to right. He'll be at first base. Yasmani Tomas making his way to the plate right now. He'll be out in right field. Jake Lamb at third. Wellington Castillo behind the plate. Chris Owings at second. Nick Ahmed at short. And Robbie Ray on the mound.
Yasmani Tomas. 1 out and Peralta still at first. Yasmani, 313 and 5 home runs. This is a critical series, Bob. How big a tone setter is that?
Well, it's always big to come out of the break, hopefully refreshed and ready to go to the second half of the season. And you'd like to get off to a good start, but the reality is we've got a long way to go. And I think sometimes you can put too much emphasis on that first series or first homestand or first road trip after the break. But obviously, this is one of the teams the Diamondbacks are chasing in the National League West. You got to do well against them if you want to creep up the standings.
And the Diamondbacks, after this series, will be out of their division for quite a while here, after Bruce Bochy's Giants leave town. You've got some other visitors coming in. The Miami Marlins and the Milwaukee Brewers. Then it's on the road. Seattle, Houston, Washington, Cincinnati, the Phillies back here at home. So you don't see the NLS for a while after this.
So Bruce Bochy trying to wipe away a headache over there in that first base dugout. I can speak from experience. He's glad to be back with his own team and be done with that all-star stuff. It's always an honor. It's always a thrill. You're always glad to be there. But just through the grapevine, we heard some stories about managers calling Boch and sending text messages. Don't pitch my pitcher. Don't play my player. And that game means home field advantage in the World Series. Boch wants to play the guys that give the team the best chance to win.
A fairly thankless task.
Oh, it really is. It really is.
Matt Cain has bounced a few up there.
High on the chest protector that time. That's how you break a collarbone.
Tomas ahead, 3 balls and a strike. Yasmani lines it right to Duffy at third. Hang with him. 2 down.
Well, even though this is an out off the bat of Yasmani Tomas, I really love the way his swing has developed along with the season. Early on, he couldn't pull anything. Then he gradually started to pull off speed pitches for strikes. Then he started to pull fastballs that weren't that good. Then he started to pull mid-90s fastballs, and now he's hitting everything hard.
Jake Lamb. Jake at 280 with 2 home runs. And the All-Star break may have come at a good time for Jake. He had a rough series last weekend in New York. 0 for 9 with 5 strikeouts in 3 games against the Mets and all that pitching they had.
Yeah, a lot of opposing hitters have come out of Citi Field saying, I could use a break.
What was that? They are loaded.
I'm sure you saw John Smoltz comments about the pitching staff they have in New York this year, better than the staffs that he pitched on in Atlanta. That's quite the praise.
Saw Syndergaard and Harvey in that series last weekend, and boy, Syndergaard looked unbelievable. We saw DeGrom here last month against the Diamondbacks. He was sensational. 1-1 on Jake Lamb. How was the break?
It was great. Spent the first week of it back in Chicago with the granddaughter Gemma. That was wonderful. A full week of nothing but grandfather duty.
Spoiling the little one.
Oh yeah, and of course watching you guys in Texas and New York, and keeping one eye on the Cubbies games just to have a good laugh.
Had to put Miguel Montero on the DL.
Yeah.
Going to be out for about 6 weeks, they say, Mickey. Yeah, Gonzo somehow got away with only buying a couple of dinners on the whole trip.
Yeah, that is unusual.
Yeah, he came in under par on that one. 1-2. There goes Peralta. Jake lines it down the right field line, but pulls it foul.
I'd like to thank Gonzo for filling in. I mean, probably the most prestigious pinch hitter I've ever had. about you? How was your break? Not quite as long as mine.
It was a little shorter. Floated in the pool. Went to a Mercury game with the wife. Cindy and I went and caught the Mercury the other night. They always put on a good show. Watch the All-Star game. Watch the home run derby. Got to that point, and I guess everyone in Arizona does. Eventually, they come to you and go, "Yeah, you see everything in this pool? It all has to be replaced." So that was part of the All-Star break. I said, "Hey, great.
All right.
How much is that?" 1-2. Jake Lamb strikes out. They strand Peralta, but the Diamondbacks strike first. 1-0 D-backs after one. Lightsaber metrics ready. Will be at Chase Field tomorrow. Star Wars night. D-backs, Giants 5-10. The whole thing. 20,000 fans get an A.J. Pollock Jedi All-Star Star Wars bobblehead, courtesy of Cox Communications. Get your tickets now. dbacks.com/Star Wars. And if you can make it to Chase Field, join us in Fox Sports Arizona. Pre-game show starts at 4:30. Hunter Pence, who looks like a Star Wars character up there sometimes.
He really does.
You expect him to howl like Chewbacca sometimes, but he'll lead off the second. He's played in only 23 games this year, 283 and 3 home runs.
It's been night and day when Hunter Pence is in the lineup as opposed to when he's not in the lineup. In 67 games without their right fielder, the Giants went 30 and 37, 7 under 500. With Pence in the lineup, they're 10 games over 500.
And he enjoys this ballpark. There's a strike, 1-2. Yeah, Pence didn't play this year until the middle of May, after he suffered that broken left forearm hit by a pitch very early in spring training. And then in the first week of June missed another 30 games when he jammed his left wrist, making a catch in the outfield. He lines it into the gap in left center field just by a diving Nick Ahmed. Good job by David Peralta to get over there and cut it off, and they hold Pence to a single.
Hunter Pence choked up on that bat, but generates tremendous bat speed through the hitting zone. That ball was by Nick Ahmed before he could even react to it. Just a couple of quick stutter steps and a dive, and it's by him into left field.
Leadoff man aboard for the shortstop, Brandon Crawford, the first-time All-Star this year. Just over 260 and already a career high 12 home runs. He leads all major league shortstops in RBIs. Very serene nature setting here at the ballpark.
Very zen-like, yeah.
Birds are chirping. Baseball is back. Seemed like a long break. Only a couple of days, but when you're going every day, a 4 or 5 day stretch seems like a month. 1-0 to Crawford. Here's some of those pitches that Chip Hale would like Robbie Ray to mix in.
Well, he's got some lefties in the opposing lineup tonight, so I would imagine we'll see a few more sliders tonight than normal from Robbie Ray. Generally, he just likes to work off his fastball, throw the occasional straight changeup, maybe show a slider from time to time. But with the lefties the Giants have in the lineup tonight, we may see a few more sliders.
Crawford has been this year and last year much improved against left-hand pitching. There's a strike. He's hitting nearly .320 against lefties this year, including 3 home runs.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
That one is drilled into the gap in right center field. It's going to reach the wall and pounces on the run. They're going to wave him home. And it's an RBI double for Brandon Crawford. The Giants tie it up. 18th double for Crawford, 1-1.
Robbie Ray threw some nice sliders earlier in the sequence to Brandon Crawford, but this one is a hanger. You see where Wellington Castillo sets up. The pitch is up and on the inside part of the plate. Hanging breaking balls tend to get hit hard. I don't care whether you're a right-handed hitter or a left-handed hitter. Crawford drove that one into the gap, put the Giants on the board.
Conference with Wellington Castillo as another lefty. Brandon Belt steps in. Belt 279 and 9 homers. 7 of those home runs have come on the road this year. That's a strike, 0-1. Belt closed the first half of the season with a 5-game hitting streak. 8 hits over his last 5 games going into the All-Star break. Ray ahead 0-2. Unlike Crawford, Belt is not hitting left-hand pitching this year. About $150 versus lefties and just over 60 plate appearances.
And Brandon Belt just got his hanger right there, a slider that stayed up on the inside part of the plate. But unlike Brandon Crawford, Brandon Belt fouled his straight back. That's when you talk to yourself as a hitter. There it was, and I missed it.
And now I'm down 0-2. Fights that one off. It's in the seats. Robbie Ray this year, one of the reasons he's got that outstanding 2.16 ERA, he's been very good pitching with runners in scoring position. Opposing hitters just 6 for 33 against him with men in scoring position. Crawford at second, still nobody out. The other way, it backs up Lamb. 1 away.
Always a tough hop when that ball's coming off the bat of a left-handed hitter and you're the third baseman. There's always going to be just a little bit of side English besides the forward bounces coming your direction. Jake Lamb had to back up a step to play that one. Still has plenty of arm to get Brandon Belt at first.
Mike Harkey. Wonder if everything's okay out there with Robbie Ray. Seems an odd time for a mound visit.
Yeah, this is, I would assume this is the typical, hey, you've got the number 8 hitter at the plate with the pitcher on deck. What do you want to do right here? Justin Maxwell has a tendency to get really long with his swing, and I would imagine that Robbie Ray said, let me go after him with some fastballs inside here, see what we can do.
Yeah, Maxwell over his last 15 games batting under 190. He's under 220 for the year. Does have some power, though. 6 home runs. Ball 1. Giants have had more than their share of injuries, and talked about how Pence has been out a lot of the year. They're without Nori Aoki right now. He's on the DL with a fractured right fibula. So as soon as they get Pence back, Aoki goes out. So Maxwell's played a lot. They figured he'd be a right-hand bat off the bench, but he's been in the starting lineup more often than not. Two 2-0. There's a strike. They got Crawford off the bag and they throw it away. Oh, Ahmed is there to back up. It went right through Chris Owings. And fortunately, Nick, just where he's supposed to be. We've seen that all year, Bob, it seems, from these Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it looked like Robbie Ray was just doing that inside move to second base with no intention of picking the runner off. But when he saw Crawford take his secondary lead, he decided to throw the ball. Chris Owings couldn't make the play, but as you said, fortunately, the shortstop right there to back it up. Go ahead and get ready to make the throw. You can always stop.
That's in the seats. 2-2 as Crawford bluffs a takeoff from second.
And if he throws that ball right away, they probably get Crawford at second base if Owings catches it. Because they had him leaning the wrong way. A quick throw probably gets him at second base.
He's got happy feet back there, that's for sure. As Maxwell sure enough strikes out. Second strikeout for Robbie. 2 down.
He took this a little bit off that slider, made it more of an off-speed pitch with a bigger break, and got Maxwell out in front. Right over the top of it, and now Robbie Ray will deal with his opposite number, Matt Cain. Quite a contrast here. Robbie Ray making his 15th career start tonight. Matt Cain making his 283rd.
He is a horse.
Oh man, he had a stretch from 06 to 2013 where he started at least 30 games 8 years in a row.
Eight straight seasons of at least 30 starts and 180 innings. That is the definition of a rotation workhorse. But they need to get him back to that form. He got paid not too long ago, 6 years, $127 million. So they're paying Cain $20 million this year. They owe him $20 million a year for each of the next 2 seasons after this one. Chases a high fastball. It's 1-1.
As we mentioned earlier, only his 3rd start of this season, so not many at bats. He's 0 for 4 with 3 punch outs. He used to be somewhat dangerous with the bat. He could get the bat on the ball and put it in play, which makes him dangerous as a pitcher.
First-round pick out of high school in Germantown, Tennessee. 2002 draft. 1-2. Madison Bumgarner out of high school, North Carolina.
He can swing it a little bit. So can Tim Hudson, the guy he's talking to right there with the ball domed.
Hudson just came off the DL. They had to move Ryan Vogelsong to the bullpen to make room in the rotation. Hudson's going to start Monday against San Diego. Kane waves at that one. So Robbie Ray able to limit the damage, but the Giants get the equalizer. We're tied at 1. Ciarte back, of course, with the Diamondbacks off the DL. DeJohn Watson is here with us, and Dansby Swanson. You got it done.
Yes, we did.
Everybody can breathe that big sigh of relief.
You know, I'm excited for Derek Ladnier and our scouts. He did a tremendous job of going out and identifying the best guy that fit our organization and where we're trying to take this thing. So it was really fun and excited to get him signed.
Diamondback fans, myself included, I'm on Twitter. I'm watching the clock. Okay, nothing. It's 1:56. Nothing. It's 1:57. Nothing. How late did it really get?
You know, we've been talking, again, from the draft all the way through the College World Series, and then once it ended, this thing worked its way all the way down to the last, I'd say, 10 to 15 minutes when we actually had agreed, and there were some other, I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed, but it was good dialogue and conversation the entire way.
What is the kid like? We've seen the player, we've seen the stats and all that stuff. What's he like as a young man?
You know, he's a great kid, tremendous work ethic, team leader. Really cares about his teammates and very passionate about it. I just love his moral character and what I think he'll bring to the organization and how he'll come in and compete here. And he just plays the game the right way.
Now, a lot of fans, John, want to know what happens next. How does this work?
Well, he gets in on Sunday. He'll have his physical Sunday. He'll meet with the media on Monday, and we'll have him on the field on Tuesday. We'll start getting him prepared to get ready to go out and play. We'll get to maybe 1 or 2 sim games for him in Arizona, and then hopefully get him out to Visalia, and he's off and running.
Oh, wow. Okay, so he goes out to the Rawhide. Did you get nervous at all?
Not really, because, again, we've been talking about this thing for quite some time internally with Tony and Stu, myself, Derek Hall, Derek to Ken. So the conversations have been consistent as we were getting, closer and closer to the signing deadline. And so we felt comfortable about where we were. We knew we had made a very competitive offer. We saw how the market was shaping up. And, again, we felt like, again, we were on the forefront of this thing. And what we, proposed to the kid, we felt like it was going to be really difficult for him to turn it down.
Mm-hmm. And at the tail end of the process, I assume he was working with an agent or some kind of a representative.
Yeah.
How much did you actually talk to Dansby personally throughout the process?
Myself, I talked to Dansby twice. I talked to the representative quite a bit.
That's Casey Close's group, right?
Casey Close's group, correct. And then actually Tony went and had a little breakfast with him a couple of days ago. Again, as we're getting closer and closer to hopefully closing this thing out, we just want to make sure we were really comfortable with the young man and what we're, again, bringing into our organization, into our home, and make him a part of this family.
Who paid for breakfast?
I'm going to say Tony did.
This time.
Yeah, exactly right. He'll be picking it up next time.
It seems, DeJean, every player in the big leagues started out at some point or played at some point shortstop. I know you guys have been pretty consistent. He goes into the system as a shortstop.
Correct.
Is it just kind of a, well, let's see where it takes us kind of a thing, or is he locked into shortstop?
We'll
get a base hit for Chris Owens.
Well, right now, he's coming into the organization as shortstop. And the year before, he played second base on the Team USA. So we know he can play on both sides of the bag. And it really, we'll make that decision as he gets close to the big leagues on where we feel like he's going to best suit us and help its organization. But right now, he's an everyday shortstop.
The draft seemed like it went extremely well. Very pitching heavy, collegiate pitchers.
Correct.
A lot of those guys are already playing now, right? In the
That is correct.
system?
Yeah, I mean, Derek, and again, the scouting staff, they did a tremendous job. They kind of knew what we were setting out to do, what we were looking for as far as, guys that are close to the big leagues that can possibly impact a big league club in 16 or in 17. And so, again, with the mindset of being aggressive, and, we were into size and leverage. We looked for some power arms, and we looked for, position players that could actually come up here and compete. And, position players are so hard to find, and we were really fortunate to get Dansby. And, again, you're looking at the country. Then you go down into the pitching that we got with Alex Young. You look at Clark, who I saw up in Hillsborough, touching 97, pitching comfortably at 93, 94.
That'll work.
Oh, my goodness, downhill playing. So we're excited about some of these guys that are here.
And it seems the one common theme with all the kids is they all come from winning programs. We always hear that cliche, this guy knows how to win. But it seems like you got a lot of those guys.
Again, we're looking for those players that we felt like could come in and help us move this thing forward as quickly as we possibly could. Again, with Tony's leadership and Dave's, leadership as well, we sat down and collaborated on how we wanted to go about attacking the amateur draft. And we feel like we went after the players we felt like would fit here and fit here quickly.
There goes Chris Owens into second with a stolen base. Number 12 for CO. The infield picture, middle infield, getting a little crowded. You've got Drury at Swanson to the fold now. You got Goslin from Atlanta and a Tukey deal.
Yes.
There's a lot of possibilities here.
There are, and let's not forget Reheimer, who we also picked up from Seattle. So there's some good-looking middle infielders, and competition is great for this game. And it's great for the players that are playing the game. So again, you talk about the next man up. Well, these guys will be fighting and pushing each other. We want to run a really competitive product out here on the field. We're athletic, we're young. And these guys are going to push each other. So we're excited, again, about what we're building.
Now Owens at second. 2-0 count on Nick Ahmed with one out. Talking with Deshaun Watson. Here's a bounce of the Crawford short. Owens moves up to third, 2 down. And here's the pitcher, Robbie Ray. How about Robbie Ray? I mean, this guy had a great minor league pedigree. The consensus in Detroit seemed to be he was maybe not quite ready for a major league stint last year with the Tigers, but he sure looks ready this year with the Diamondbacks.
Again, our scouting staff, they had this guy right. Mike Russell, who came over from Detroit, had a little history with the guy. Our guys had seen him internally, and we felt like he was definitely going to, was on the upswing for us. And just a matter of getting comfortable with his delivery and tightening up that secondary pitch, that breaking ball.
Fly ball to left. Matt throws under it. Well, DeJean, congratulations on getting it done. We're excited to see Dansby Swanson. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, TJ.
Appreciate it.
new from Pepsi, Pepsi Limon, made with 2% real lime juice. A little bit of lime, a whole lot of flavor. Pick up yours today, now available at your local retailer. Pepsi Limon. Thanks to John Watson for joining us here in our broadcast booth. Dansby Swanson in the fold, and he'll be here this weekend. That'll be exciting.
Exciting for him. I mean, that's always a big deal. I don't care what program you've come from or what accomplishments you've had up to this point, but that first time you get to put on that uniform and walk out on a big league field, even if it's just for batting practice, what a moment.
Yeah, but the year's been a whirlwind for him. Another College World Series appearance. They went right down to the wire there. He gets drafted first overall. Then there's the negotiation. Now they rush him out to Arizona. So a lot going on for Dansby Swanson, and we're happy to have him in the Diamondback family. Angel Pagan leads off the third against Robbie Ray, a 1-1 ball game. I tell you, I had the phone. I was watching the Twitter. I was watching the clock. 157, 158, nothing yet. Come on now. And then sure enough, it crossed just in time. A lot of D-back fans are out there watching the Twitter, watching the clock. Dave Duncan, Tony La Russa, Dr. Ed Lewis, Dave Stewart. Pagan flied out his first time up. He's down a ball and 2 strikes. Robbie now at 40 pitches, 32 for strikes. How about this? Pagan, of course, his availability was limited last year. He had a lot of injuries, but he has not homered since May 2nd of last year. And he strikes out. So it's now 605 at bats without a home run for Angel Pagan. That's the longest active streak in the major leagues. 4th strikeout for Robbie Ray. He's now struck out the last 3 he's faced.
Put that pitch in a great spot right there. Got a 2-strike count on an aggressive swinger. Pagan just could not hold up on that pitch in the dirt.
He's become a singles hitter, Angel Pagan. The power has not been there this year. Joe Panik had a single his first time up. One pitch. That's slap foul in the seats. This guy's been a tough out for the Diamondbacks this year, Joe Panik. Hitting nearly 370 versus the D-backs. 5 extra base hits. He's 1 for 1 so far tonight. We went to a game, the wife and I, in San Francisco, a national game that you did for Fox, and I had the day off, and it was a bobblehead day. They'd hand out bobbleheads. You get 1 of 3. You could get a Jeremy Affeldt, a Travis Ishikawa, and a Joe Panik. And the Giant fans, I tell you, the Giant fans that didn't get a Joe Panik, they were out there looking to make a deal. I'll give you an Affeldt and an Ishikawa for your Panik. I mean, it was like the black market. I mean, they love this guy in San Francisco.
Yeah. You know, there were times last year where he looked a little bit like a deer in the headlights. He still performed very well, but you could almost tell by his body language and the expression on his face that, hey, this is all new. I'm not quite sure I know what I'm doing. I'm just going to do what I've always done. But this year he looks like a big league. Very comfortable at the plate. Has put together some really good at-bats against the Diamondbacks pitching staff, against the league for that matter.
And he's got a lot of Buster Posey in him right there. He just looks like Buster Posey from the left-hand side.
Now, I misidentified him in the hallway at AT&T Park earlier this season.
I bet that happens a lot. Tomas near the line. That's the second out.
Hey fans, watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in true HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more. Every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions will apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
Well balanced here at Chase Field. 2 down now for the third baseman, Matt Duffy.
Hey, Kenny!
Duffy's had a very impressive rookie season. He's taken over the third base job. They had Casey McGee, remember him. He was finally given his release earlier this month. DFA'd for the second time this year. He actually just rejoined the Marlins this week. Now Duffy has taken over at third. He sends this into the left field corner. And Matt Duffy is in at second with his 14th double.
Well, one thing I'm sure Deshaun Watson can appreciate, this Giants infield, along with catcher Buster Posey, all homegrown. All guys that came up through the draft. They developed them in their minor league system and now all playing together here at the major league level and playing extremely well.
Yeah, Duffy's an 18th round pick out of Cal State Long Beach. He's at second with 2 outs for Buster Posey. Posey struck out his first time up. And Posey was on a tremendous run to end the first half of the season. Hit safely in 14 of his final 15 games going into the All-Star break. Duffy at second, 2 outs. One and two. Said there's a little Buster Posey and Joe Panic. How about this? They could be brothers.
And I should explain, when I misidentified him in the tunnel, he was coming down the stairs and I was about to ascend the stairs.
Oh, well, you were really at a disadvantage.
Yeah, so he looked much bigger and I said, oh, that's Buster Posey. It was Joe Panic, and I apologized to him the next day.
Reaches out and lines it to Tomas, who's had a busy night out there already. Robbie Ray strands the 2-out double. We are tied at 1. D-backs fans, tomorrow your chance to meet All-Star A.J. Pollock, 10:30 to 11:30 in the morning. Come on out to the Cox Solution Store at Tempe Marketplace. First 200 guests in line get an A.J. Pollock autograph. He'll be there for an hour tomorrow morning. Cox Solution Store in Tempe Marketplace. A.J. will be a busy guy tomorrow. It's his Jedi Star Wars bobblehead day tomorrow.
He's been a busy guy already tonight. You love it when your uniform is dirty after the first inning of the ball game.
He doubled and scored to lead it off for the Diamondbacks. Came in a Paul Goldschmidt sacrifice fly. Giants tied it in the top of the second. A single by Pence, a double by Brandon Crawford. Matt Cain, just his third start this year. An elbow injury kept him to only 2 starts in the first half of the year. That's in there for a strike. Boy, that was a rocket out there. Banged it off the left field wall. Double number 20 on the year for Pollock. Boy, he smoked that one.
He really did. That ball never got very high off the ground. A little bit of elevation. That gets out of here easily. He certainly hit it hard enough to get it out of the ballpark, but bangs it off that left field wall. Pretty nice play by Justin Maxwell, but A.J. Pollock, no hesitation whatsoever. Turned the corner at first and easily advances on the second as that throw is offline.
He is having a big month of July at the plate, A.J. Pollock. He's hitting over 340 this month. Now with 7 extra base hits in 11 games. Here's Peralta. A single his first time, ball 1.
And the 2 doubles in the ball game tonight now tie A.J. Pollock with Paul Goldschmidt for the team lead. They each have 20 doubles on the season.
Uniform got even more dirty.
Love it. You remember Casey Candell, I'm sure.
Yeah, little number 1 for the Royals, right?
And other teams.
Other team. Play for the Expos, too. Peralta lifts this in the air to left center field. Long run for Padres. He's still going back there. And it's off the wall. Pollock's going to score. And here's the freight train headed for third. Boy, that just carried and carried and carried back deep into that corner in left center. 5th triple this year for Peralta. And it's 2-1 Diamondbacks.
There's going to be a game this year where we see a center fielder disappear into that location and never return. Boy, there have been a lot of long drives hit to that area of the field. This one by David Peralta turns into an RBI triple. We've seen Wellington Castillo, almost came off the bag right there, popping up out of his slide. Seen a lot of balls hitting that area.
Bruce Bochy saw the same thing, thinking about a challenge here perhaps. Top of the order for the Diamondbacks. Pollock 2 for 2, a pair of doubles. Peralta 2 hits, a single and a double. Does he stay on the bag here?
I think he may have come back down on top of the base before Duffy could get the tag on him. Maybe a better look from this angle as to whether his foot was on the base or not. Came off right there. But I think he was back down before Duffy applied the tag.
Giants will not challenge, and here's Goldie with Peralta at third. Paul Goldschmidt drove in the Diamondbacks' first run, a sacrifice fly back in the first. He did not go. Jim Reynolds down there at first. 1-0 on Goldschmidt.
Coming into play tonight, the Diamondbacks were first in the National League in runs scored in the first 3 innings of a ball game. They've added to that already tonight. The Giants were third in the National League, and they've added to their total. So these teams playing up to their reputation tonight.
1-1. Goldie and A.J. Pollock did not participate in the D-backs workout here last night. Both the Diamondback All-Stars given last night off after the trip to Cincinnati. Try and get some rest. And for Goldie, Bob, I think that rest was much needed. He looked a little sluggish, a little tired the last week or two.
Just didn't look himself. And we've seen Goldie go through stretches of a week or 10 days where he'll take good hittable fastballs and occasionally chase pitches out of the zone.
He shoots it out toward that same corner. Pagan has room there. Pagan is at third, and here he comes. Another RBI sac fly for Goldie, and it's 3-1 D-backs. Goldie done this year at the All-Star break compared to the last 2 years? You can make the argument here that he's had his best first half ever. Statistically, this has been his best season at the plate. Look at that OPS. This is all coming into today, of course.
I think this has been, at least in the last 3 years, his most consistent first half of the season. I was just talking about those little hiccups. Occasionally, Goldie will go through a week or 10 days where he isn't doing the things you expect him to do, and he very quickly snaps out of it. But other than that last week or so before the All-Star break, he hadn't had a stretch this season where he struggled for a week at a time.
Yeah, he came into the ball game tonight hitting under 240 for the month of July with just 1 home run. That was Sunday at Citi Field. And so far, 2 plate appearances and 2 RBIs. A 3-1 Diamondback lead. Here's Yasmani Tomas. First foul. Hey fans, now's the time. Tweet us your strongest fan photo. We're about ready to roll these out here. Yep, use the hashtag AZDataStrongFan. That's hashtag AZDataStrongFan. And you just might see yourself on our D-backs TV broadcast with your picture up there, brought to you by T-Mobile. The Brenly Committee is back from a well-deserved rest. Things are in session. Going through some of the photos right now.
I've spent the last 11 days just poring over these photos.
You needed 11 days. We've had so many pictures from Diamondback Nation.
We want to hit it out of the park first night.
My concern is the involvement of Leo Gilmartin.
Concerns are well founded.
1-2 pitch. Has Leo taken an active role in the process?
Not really. He doesn't know it yet. We're going to beat him up every night, but other than that, no.
That's another thing that's well deserved, by the way. 1-2 on Tomas.
The thing about Leo is you've always got to go through his people. You just can't go next door and talk to Leo about identifying photos. Look at it.
Yeah, a lot of red tape.
Yeah, it really is.
Bureaucracy. There's Leo Gilmartin just to our right in the Diamondback radio booth. I mean, he's looking over pictures right now.
Yeah.
And we're standing here. Here I am. I can't even get in to see the guy. I mean,
you can't tell from that shot, but he's got security standing outside the radio door and won't let anybody in.
It's like trying to get into one of those New York nightclubs with the velvet rope and the whole thing. Tomas strikes out.
Oh, which, by the way, Leo doesn't stand in line in nightclubs.
No, they just lift the rope and he goes underneath. Third strikeout for Matt Cain. Here's Jake Lamb, who struck out his first time. So anyway, Leo will be involved in the selection of the photos. And we'll start popping those up on the air pretty soon here.
You asked earlier, is it important to get off to a good start after the All-Star break? And, certainly playing against a division opponent, it is important for the Diamondbacks, but I think it's more important to individuals to get off to good starts. And Jake Lamb is a guy that can really use a little bit of luck. Keep it fair, please. He had some good games coming back off the disabled list, some not so good games, but you'd like to really see him get in a nice groove where he's making consistent, solid contact with pitches he should hit hard.
Yeah, you get this bat going here in the second half of the season. This is going to be a team to be reckoned with. And there it is. Drops it in the gap in left center field. A base hit for Lamb. Lowe's never stop improving. Player of the game is Wellington Castillo, the Diamondback catcher. When he first arrived here, coming over from Seattle in the Trumbo deal, he looked a little overwhelmed. He went 1 for 12, 5 strikeouts his first 4 games. But ever since then, he has quickly settled in. And look at these numbers. His last 21 games with the Diamondbacks going into the All-Star break, 20 of those starts, by the way. He's hit nearly .320, 10 extra base hits, and 13 RBIs.
Talk about a guy that was unhappy for the All-Star break to be here. He didn't want to take any time off. He was just getting into a real nice rhythm up there at the plate and behind the plate. But physically, I'm sure his body benefited from having a couple of days off and soaking in the hot tub.
I mean, talk about a whirlwind first half. He was with the Cubs. They had 3 catchers. He might not play. They deal him to Seattle. He's there about 2 weeks. Suddenly he's here, trying to learn all the pitchers in all 3 places. And despite all of that, he has had really an all-star bat for the last several weeks.
Of course, you're not allowed to just throw out the bad ones, but really just get rid of his first game as a Diamondback. Remember that one? 4 punch-outs on 13 pitches.
Yee. Yeah, well, we did that with that graphic. We threw out the first 4 games. We took some liberties there, but you'll take the body of work, that's for sure. He's down 0-2. He had a 7-game hitting streak to close out the season's first half. 9 hits in his last 7 games going into the break. And now, of course, you've got Jared Saltalamacchia on the DL with that left neck strain. His right neck appears to be fine. It's the left neck that's. So you've got Oscar Hernandez, Bob, as the only backup catcher here.
And he's already got his shin guards on. That's a young player right there. I'm the backup catcher. I might actually get in a game. I'm going to go ahead and start to put my gear on now.
Well, he made his major league debut over the weekend at Citi Field as a pinch runner. So that was a little weird. I'm sure he didn't bet on that as a catcher. Not too many catchers make their big league debuts as pinch runners.
No.
But that was the case for Oscar Hernandez over the weekend. And he's the backup catcher with Salty on the DL. Had to make room for Ender Inciarte. And they still want to carry that extra pitcher. 0-2 to Castillo. Did he hold up? Yes, he did. Jim Reynolds keeps Castillo alive. 1-2 now.
Wellington Castillo really down on the knob of that bat. A lot of leverage in the swing, but very tough to check when you decide that pitch is going to be out of the strike zone. That time it appeared he was able to hold up. He's got that little finger wrapped right around the knob of the bat.
Kane bounces another one up there. Kane, his win last week over the Mets, his first victory in nearly a year. Bruce Bochy was pleased with what he saw. Saw good stuff, good life on the fastball, breaking ball through some changeups. Fastball sat consistently low 90s. And they're going to keep him for the foreseeable future right about 90 to 100 pitches out there. Coming off the right elbow problem. He's at 53 so far. 2-2 to Castillo. Slow roller in the hole. Duffy's over there. The former shortstop throws him out. But the Diamondbacks get 2. David Peralta follows the A.J. Pollock double with an RBI triple. Goldie tacks on a run. It's 3-1 Diamondbacks after 3.
This day in Major League Baseball history, July 17th, 1974, Bob Gibson becomes the second pitcher in big league history to record 3,000 career strikeouts. Of course, Walter Johnson was the first pitcher to do it back in 1923. He got his 3,000th. And Cesar Geronimo, the victim for Bob Gibson, was also Nolan Ryan's 3,000th strikeout.
We walk into Studio 122 right behind home plate, right under our broadcast booth here at Chase Field. A great view of the ball game as Hunter Pence leads off the fourth against Robbie Ray, who's now got a 3-1 lead. Bob Gibson, boy, he's right up there with Nolan Ryan in the intimidation all-star team. Randy Johnson might be on that team.
Well, that was back in an era where you could use intimidation. You could knock guys down. You could drill guys and not get warnings and get thrown out of the ball game. I used to get in tremendous arguments with Ron Santo all the time. As he said, without a doubt, Bob Gibson was the scariest pitcher he ever faced, not to mention one of the best. And you wouldn't have got away with that with Bob Gibson on the mound. I said, well, yeah, then Bob Gibson would get suspended. He'd miss 2 starts, and then you'd lose the pennant. And Ron didn't like to hear that. You know? The game was better back when you could hit guys in the head.
Talk about intimidators. How about that? The D-backs GM, Dave Stewart, with that bill of the cap pulled down low over his eyes and scowl out there on the mound. 2-2. Who was the most intimidating guy you ever faced?
Ray Galt in Bakersfield, the guy we talked about before the break. Now, in the big leagues, intimidation, man. I mean, Nolan was right up there, but I was very prepared. A lot of the veterans on the team said, hey, listen, if you're lucky enough to get a hit off Nolan, don't think about figuring out your batting average on the way down to first base. Just run to the bag, keep your head down, don't look at the mound, whatever you do. And I followed that advice, and I got along fine with Nolan. I struck out when I was supposed to. I got hits when I was supposed to.
3-2 to Pence.
You know, if you celebrated a little too much after hitting the ball hard or took a little bit too long to get down to first base, Nolan would walk off the mound on the first base side of the field and just stand there rubbing up the baseball, staring at you. And you just knew, man, my next at bat is not going to be good. I hope they take him out before I hit again. And Nolan would grunt.
Hunter Pence finds a gap in right center, rolls to the wall. Pence, who singled and scored in the second, is in there to lead off the fourth with his 6th double. This guy's a grunter too, Hunter Pence. Every time he just hammers that ball.
Max effort. Everything he does is max effort. Tight like a spring, just waiting to release all that energy on the baseball, and drives it into that gap in right center this time.
Well, they have sorely missed him. Since he's been back, all he's done is hit. He singled to lead off the second, a double to lead off the fourth. Here's Crawford, who drove in Pence for the only Giant run, a double back in the second inning. Tom Candiotti on the last road trip was talking about Nolan Ryan. And Candy played in Oakland. He was a teammate of Ricky Henderson's. So Ricky Henderson in the clubhouse gets a box of a dozen balls. Some clubby brings him in and says, Mr. Ryan would like you to sign 12 baseballs for him. Ricky, being Ricky, says, I'm not signing no 12 baseballs. Get out of here. So sends the guy out with the baseballs unsigned. So they bring him back into the clubhouse, and the guy tells Nolan Ryan he wouldn't sign the balls. Well, about 10-15 minutes later, the kid comes back in the A's clubhouse and goes, Mr. Ryan would like you to sign these baseballs, and he asked me to remind you that he's pitching tomorrow. Ricky signed all 12 balls.
Ricky will sign those right away.
Ricky will be signing those.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, if you had Nolan Ryan on the mound and Hunter Pence at the plate, it would sound like ladies tennis. Nolan would grunt when he threw the ball, and Hunter Pence would grunt when he swung at it.
It's something to stand behind the cage and watch him take batting practice, Hunter Pence. It sounds like the Wimbledon ladies final. Good pitch in the dirt there from Robbie, and he's ahead 1-2. Speaking of intimidators, Randy Johnson, a big news conference today about noon here down at the ballpark before he goes off to Cooperstown. And August 8th here at Chase Field, that's where the 51 will go. Todd Walsh making the journey out to Cooperstown. I don't know if he was able to get a room at the Otisauga. He probably knows a guy.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows a guy.
Get in there at the Otisauga, which is that lovely hotel right on the lake there.
Highly recommend that. If you're a baseball fan, maybe not this weekend, but at some point in the future, you need to get to Cooperstown. It really is an enjoyable experience. I mean, the Hall of Fame is what it is, and you can spend days, weeks in there looking at all the displays and exhibits. But just the town of Cooperstown, it's as Norman Rockwell as you can possibly get.
Fifth strikeout for Robbie Ray. Brings up Brandon Belts. Yeah, it is something because they changed the exhibit, so no matter how many times you go, it's never the same. The museum, and that's what it is. It's easy to, you always think about the Hall of Fame. It really is a museum, and they'll change the exhibits all the time. But you're right, baby. Just walking around that lovely town,
beautiful,
right by the lake there, the big old trees. Got the famous Otisauga, which is right, a great old hotel right on the lake. There's a bunch of great bed and breakfasts all over the town.
They got a facility right outside of Cooperstown called Big League Dreams. A lot of youth baseball programs go back there. Every week they have a different group of teams coming in, and they play tournaments all week long. They start about 8 o'clock in the morning and play through to the evening. And the great thing about it is the seating areas are past first base and past third base. No parents, nobody sitting behind home plate telling Junior how to swing the bat or how to throw the ball. They send you down the right and left field line. If you want to watch, you watch from out here. And they just turn the kids loose and let them play ball for a week. It really was one of the more enjoyable weeks I ever had.
And if you're a baseball card guy or a bobblehead guy, a memorabilia guy, it's like Valhalla. I mean, all the baseball card shops up and down the main street there. 0-2 on Belt. I wonder if Todd can unload some of his garage stuff up there.
I got a feeling he may come back with a suitcase full of stuff.
Called strike 3, 6 strikeouts for Robbie Ray. He rings up Crawford, rings up Belt.
You mentioned it earlier in the ball game. Robbie Ray has done a nice job this year with runners in scoring position. Coming into the ball game tonight, opponents were only batting 182 against him with runners in scoring position. The Giants tonight are 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position.
Well, Chip Hale said last weekend in New York that Robbie Ray would be out first to begin the second half. That was the way he put it. One of the guys who's been a leader of this staff, a guy who has pitched better and better every time here. And Chip told us he's really excited about Robbie Ray's future, and with good reason. There's a lot to like. 70 pitches, 54 for strikes. Justin Maxwell, a strikeout victim his first time up.
Well, with a pitching staff that doesn't really have what you would call established roles.
First pitch right to Goldie. He hustles over there, and they strand that leadoff double. Robbie Ray is through 4 with a 3-1 lead. part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. Chase Field, downtown Phoenix. Diamondbacks opening up the second half of the season with a 10-game homestand. And here in Game 1, they lead the Giants 3-1, sent for the home half of the fourth inning. Diamondback fans happy to have their ball club back in action after a week off or so. Chris Owings will lead off the fourth against Matt Cain. Chris singled and stole the base his first time. And this is another bat, Bob. You were talking about Jake Lamb and how you'd like to see him settle in and hit consistently up there, find a rhythm. We've been watching Chris Owings all first half of the season, and it's been a struggle, but not tonight. He launches that one deep to left center, way back and gone. CO, 2 for 2. That's his third of the year. That's 4-1 D-backs. That's the Chris Owings that we know and love here in Arizona.
High fastball that time. He's always been a really good high fastball hitter. Well, that is right on time. You hope this is the beginning of a big second half for Chris Owings. What a difference that would make with the bottom part of this line.
Come off that shoulder injury that happened coincidentally against the Giants here at Chase Field last year, and then the long layoff. Couldn't hit all winter long after that labrum surgery on that left shoulder. New batting stance, new swing, all that stuff. He's had to fight through so many things here, it seems, this year. But if Chris Owings' bat can come alive like we know it can, that's really something.
If you look at this team offensively, I mean, there's been a lot of improvement for a lot of guys. Much better hitters this year than they were last year. Much more productive hitters this year than they were last year. A couple guys about the same as you would expect them to do. But the one guy that was doing a lot less than everybody thought he was going to was Chris Owings. And certainly you can erase a lot of bad memories of the first half with a strong second half.
Coors Light Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. The numbers on Nick Ahmed, another guy. I mean, Nick was in the pit of despair back in the middle of May at that .130. But he never panicked. He insisted he would hit, and he went out and did it. Since May 11th, Ahmed, just over 50 games. Up over 290. And he knocks this one down the left field line. That's a fair ball. It's in the corner. Nick Ahmed will stop at second. His ninth double. Lamb, Owings, Ahmed. A lot of offense in that group right there to complement the other guys.
They're right on the chalk down that left field line. When you think about the early season struggles, as you see the chalk fly right there, any part of the ball hits any part of the line, it's considered a fair ball. When you think about the early season struggles of the 5 through 8, 6 through 8 hitters in the Diamondbacks lineup, I think if any one of those guys would have started hitting a little bit earlier, it may have carried over to the rest of the guys at the bottom of the lineup. But because they were all struggling at the same time, it was like two different lineups. The first 4 guys and then the rest of the Diamondbacks.
Dave Righetti, a mound visit to talk to Matt Cain. And Ahmed, boy, Bob, the improvement has just been exponential. Look at this. Last 52 games, he's over 290. 6 home runs. The on-base percentage during that stretch is over 340. I mean, he's like a different guy up there.
And those 6 home runs, that's the most he's ever had in any minor league season. He's already had 6 this year.
And the thing for me, too, with Nick, it's not just the base hits. You see that. It's the quality of the at-bats in general. I mean, compared to his small sample size at the big league level last year, his walk percentage this year has doubled. And it's right now right where it was last year when he hit over 300 at Reno. It was Nero Petit warming up in the Giant bullpen. So you get Jake Lamb settling into some kind of rhythm. You get Chris Owings back to the level we know that he can reach. You get Ahmed going and continuing to develop. You're going to have a really solid offensive lineup top to bottom. Robbie Ray flied out his first time up. Nobody out. Corners are in. See if Robbie can get the bunt down here. That's a good one, but it rolls foul.
D-backs are sneaking up there. Fans know that anytime the Diamondbacks score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
By the way, our occasionally reliable staff did some research, as it often does during the commercial break. You were 7 for 38 lifetime against Nolan Ryan, including a home run.
How about 18 punch outs?
14. 14 punchies and 38 at bats.
And ran back to the dugout after every one of them. Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Robbie Ray swings away. Crawford has a play at third. And Nick Ahmed is hung up. Well, that was quickly on Brandon Crawford out there at shortstop. And Ahmed running as soon as the ball was hit, had no chance to get into third. Crawford spins and throws him out.
Now, the rule of thumb as a runner at second base is you break on a ball hit to your left and you hold your ground on a ball hit to your right. Well, that was hit to Nick Ahmed's left. However, Brandon Crawford was standing right there and turns it into an easy out at third base.
So Robbie Ray is at first, 1 away. Here's A.J. Pollock, who has a pair of doubles so far in 2 at bats. He's also scored twice. Hard to ask for much more from your leadoff guy. And he is just absolutely on fire this month. Over 340. 7 extra base hits, 7 RBIs. AJ has quickly become one of the best outfielders in the major leagues, an all-star, and deservedly so. We see that here every day. Here's the 2-0. Fly ball out to Hunter Pence. But if you need a number to quantify A.J. Pollock's run here, there's the sabermetric WAR stat, wins above replacement, kind of a one-stop shopping number that does include defense to grade a player's overall performance. And as you can see here, A.J. finished the first half of the year with the 6th best wins above replacement number among outfielders in all of baseball. So that's a pretty good list to be on right there. And A.J. Pollock, when you incorporate everything, offense, defense, is one of the 10 best outfielders in the major leagues. Here's David Peralta. David's 2 for 2, a single and a triple. One and two.
When you think about AJ on that list, wins above replacement, or is that what it is, above replacement?
Yeah.
Hitting out of the leadoff spot most of the season. I don't know what all goes into that particular number, but I have to believe if AJ was hitting 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th in the lineup, he'd have a lot more RBI at this juncture. But the team needed somebody to plug that leadoff spot, especially when Ender Inciarte went down with the hamstring injury, and AJ was the guy.
Yeah, there's no question he has the type of bat that can be a middle of the order bat, a run producer. But he fits so well either in the 1st or 2nd spot. That's where Chip really likes him in the 2-hole. Peralta's worked at full 3 and 2 now. Kane at 70 pitches, 46 for strikes. Belt will play behind the runner at first. Robbie Ray will be off of the pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here it is. Joe Panic. But the Diamondbacks get one more. Chris Owings, a solo shot, his 3rd of the year. CO goes yard, and it's 4-1 Diamondbacks.
brought to you in part by Oregano's Pizza Bistro, your neighborhood pizza joint. We are athletic supporters. And by Card Power from Arizona Federal Credit Union. Now that's the power of us.
Chase Field, downtown Phoenix. Diamondbacks getting their just desserts, leading 4-1 as we start the 5th inning. Oh, that looks good. 6-layer carrot cake.
Chocolate chunk cookie. Anybody can have a chocolate chip.
That's the wife's favorite. Cindy loves the carrot cake. That looks like our house, actually. Robbie Ray, boy, he was so good in his last start Tuesday at Texas, last Tuesday. Just 4 hits in 7 2/3, a walk and 4 strikeouts. So far tonight, he's given up 1 run, 5 hits, 3 doubles. The Giants have barreled up a ball here and there, but for the most part, he's pitched out of trouble. And his opposite number, Matt Cain, will lead off the 5th. Robbie in that game against the Rangers, these are the numbers so far tonight, was flirting with a no-no. Took a no-hitter into the 5th inning in that ball game. He retired 14 of the first 15 he faced. Went 7 2/3, the longest outing of his major league career.
Well, anybody with a bat in their hands is dangerous, but this is exactly the way you'd like to draw it up. Have that pitcher leading off the inning. Ideally, you get a quick out, roll around to the top of the order, and then go right back to work. Quickly falling behind Matt Cain, 2-0 here.
How about this? Matt Cain threw that perfect game. He got a samurai sword from the Mizuno athletic equipment company. He was wearing a Mizuno glove. Pretty good deal. Big sword shows up at the house. Matt Cain, a perfect game, June 13th, 2012, the 22nd perfect game in baseball history. That was preserved by one of the great defensive plays in Giants history, a diving catch by Gregor Blanco in center field at AT&T Park. The thing about that catch was he was playing a corner outfield spot. Ranged way over there to make the play. There's Gregor Blanco. He strikes out Matt Cain. 7 strikeouts for Robbie Ray.
Good comeback after falling behind 2-0 in the count. He did spray a couple of pitches around. You see Robbie shaking his head out there on the mound. That one that went all the way to the backstop really got away from him, something we haven't seen so far tonight.
7 punch out. He has not walked a batter. Here's Angel Pagan, who's 0 for 2. Mentioned that Angel Pagan, for whatever reason, the power has just vanished. He hasn't homered since May of last year. This is there, and it's 2-1. Pagan has got only 15 extra base hits all season. May 2nd of last year, the last time he hit a home run. Of course, he's been hampered by injuries throughout the last couple of years. Severe back and hamstring problems. Robbie getting a little shaky here. He got behind on Cain, worked it full, and now he's down 3-1 on Pagan. There you can see the production has been in steady decline here for Pagan, who just turned 34 years old earlier this month.
He's never really been a big-time power hitter, but in the past, if you made mistakes in his happy zone, he could hurt you.
Nick Ahmed. That's a great Nick Ahmed play right there. Nothing spectacular about it. That's a really hard play that he makes look easy. Going into the hole, backhanded to make the strong throw.
That's one thing about good defenders. They make it look so easy. If you're sitting in the stands, you might say, well, that's a nice play, but that's not a great play. But then you watch other shortstops try to make that same play, and you realize how lucky we are to have him out there defensively at that position.
You just get so used to seeing Nick make those plays all the time. Plays just like that one. That you start to take it for granted. It's like Goldie at first. That's our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game. Here's Joe Panic. 1 for 2, make it 2 for 3. Laces that into center for a 2-out single. Brings up Matt Duffy, who doubled his last time up.
And another thing about Nick Ahmed, that play is short. Watch how quickly the ball is in his glove. He gets it into his bare hand and is making the adjustment right there, making sure that he's got the grip across the seam. So he'll make a strong, true throw across the diamond. It won't sink into the dirt. It won't sail one way or the other. Much like a catcher, you try to get that ball across the seam so you can make as true and accurate throw as possible. And Nick does it as quickly as anybody.
2 down for Duffy.
I mean, we see pitchers on the mound throwing 2-seamers and cutters, and the ball's moving all over the place. But you see right there that little pat in the glove. He wants to make sure he has his fingers across the seams, and then makes another strong, accurate throw to Goldie over there at first base. Occasionally, when you see an infielder, you know, these guys are in the big leagues. This is what they do for a living. But every now and then, an infielder will throw a ball 30 rows up into the stands. And you wonder what in the world happened right there. Well, didn't probably get a good grip across the seams. Maybe he had all smooth part of the baseball under his fingers. Maybe there was a little dirt between his hand and the ball when he tried to make the throw. But rarely, if ever, see Nick make a bad throw across the diamond.
Some guy might accidentally throw a slider or a cutter out there over to first, or a screwball or something.
You just don't quite get the grip you're looking for.
Base hit up the middle for Duffy. His second hit tonight. A pair of 2-out base runners now for Buster Posey. Back-to-back 2-out singles for the Giants.
I like this move by Wellington Castillo. I think he can sense that Robbie Ray is not quite the same this inning as he's been in the previous 4 innings. And now Mike Harkey will come out of that third base dugout also to talk to Robbie Ray on the mound, slow things down a little bit. Perhaps give that bullpen an opportunity to start moving around down there in the left field corner, but he just hasn't been as fine with his command in this inning as he was in the first 4.
Sanderson Ford bullpen has some stirring. Oliver Perez doing his ballet kicks. Well, Robbie Ray has admitted that when he was a rookie last season in Detroit, his first big league experience, the game went really fast on him. He got caught up in it. But now he says he's got more focus. He's able to slow the game down out there. And he says the biggest aspect, the biggest improvement he's made is his ability to self-coach out there a little better. He's more aware of his surroundings and is more able to react accordingly. And this is one of those spots where he's really got to focus. With a 4-1 lead, 2 on, 2 outs for Posey. Okay. Posey has struck out and flat out 0 for 2.
That's a big first pitch to jump ahead of Buster Posey on a pitch that was out of the zone. Fastball well away. Posey just fouled it harmlessly off to the right side, but this is a guy you would much rather face ahead in the count than when you have to throw something over the white part of the plate and let Buster Posey take a rip at it.
Posey had a relatively modest start to the year. He hit just over 260 in April, but since May the 1st, he's hit over 330.
Pretty obvious looking at Fox tracks what Robbie Ray wants to do here to Buster Posey. Just keep the ball away. Make him hit it to the opposite field. Of course, Posey does have good opposite field power, but much more likely to pull a ball out of the ballpark than he is to hit it the opposite field out of the ballpark.
2 balls and 1 strike. Get out of this 5th inning with that 4-1 lead. We've got Panic at second, Duffy at first. 2 outs and a 2-2 count on Posey. Drops it in front of Tomas. Roberto Kelly going to put the brakes on Panic at third, and they're loaded with 2 outs for Pence. Three straight 2-out singles.
You got to give it up to Buster Posey. I mean, Robbie Ray just pounding away at that outside corner and farther outside, and Buster just stuck the bat out there and lined it into right field for a base hit. Fortunately, Yasmani charged that ball well, and Roberto Kelly had no option but to throw up the stop sign for Joe Panic.
Panic is the runner at third, Matt Duffy at second, and Buster Posey at first. Hunter Pence 2 for 2, a single and a double. He has scored a run. There's a strike on 1. Pence able to come off that wrist injury. Came back last Tuesday after missing 30 games. Got 5 games in before the All-Star break. Had 6 hits, including a home run. And he's 2 for 2 tonight. Ball upstairs, 1-1. Randall Delgado starting to throw in the Sanderson Ford bullpen, with Ray at 92 pitches. There's a strike. 1-2. Mike Estabrook gives Robbie Ray the high strike call.
Pitch appeared to be in the strike zone. Wellington Castillo had moved on the inside corner and had to reach back across his body and up a little bit to catch it, but Fox Track showed it to be in the zone.
1-2.
Talk about an emergency swing. Hunter Pence was going to take that pitch. There was a little bit of late movement. It was going to be too close to the strike zone to take, so he just flicks the bat out there at the last instant, fouls it off, and stays alive in the at-bat.
Never easy getting this guy out. He's got that Vlad Guerrero kind of streak in him where it seems like he just gets to everything up there.
Definitely goes into swing mode in situations like this. 2 strikes. He's got to protect the plate. He's got runners on base. He wants to drive him in. He's ready to swing at every pitch Robbie Ray throws from this point forward.
A lot of high leverage pitches in this inning for Robbie Ray. 1-2, one more time to Pence. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Miss there, and it's even 2-2. Bounced it, it gets behind Castillo. Here comes Panic, he will score. And it's 4-2. Wild pitch for a run.
You see the changeup grip right there by Robbie Ray, and spiked it way out in front of home plate this time. I think he intended to throw that ball down low, but not that far out in front of home plate. It gets by Wellington Castillo, and the Giants pull within 2.
Well, you got first base open as all the other runners move up. 2 outs and a 3-2 count on Pence. Crawford on deck. You could put him on here if you wanted to. Three and 2. Got him! Robbie Ray, 8 strikeouts. That's a career high. He walks a high wire. The Giants get 1, but the Diamondbacks maintain the lead. He punches out Pence and wins the battle. It's 4-2.
Especially to Hunter Pence. Everything up in the zone. Came down with a slider. Got a foul tip there on a slider. Up the ladder fastball. Tried to go right back to it. That's the real costly pitch. The change up in the dirt. But it set up that slider for strike 3.
I mean, considering it's bases loaded and Pence up there, you're almost happy with that 1 run on the wild pitch. Goldie leads off the bottom of the 5th. He has a pair of RBI sacrifice flies, and he's down 0-2. The line on Robbie Ray, the 8 strikeouts, as we mentioned, a career high. He has not walked a batter. And we've seen him mix in, as Chip Hale has asked him to do, and Mike Harkey as well. More sliders, more changeups. He was about 80% fastballs in that start against the Rangers last week. Well, the mix has been better here tonight. Andrew Chafin has replaced Randall Delgado. Robbie Ray's just about 100 pitches, so that might be it for him. Gatto was throwing earlier. Now it's Chafin in the Diamondback bullpen. The 0-2 to Goldie. Bounce to shortstop. Crawford. Brings up Yasmani Tomas, who's 0 for 2.
Right fielder, Yasmani.
Tomas's first time up lined one right at Matt Duffy at third base. An absolute rocket. That by all rights should have been a double in the corner. Struck out looking his last time up. He's hit safely in 8 of 10 games this month. And he's hit over 300 in every month so far this year. Very consistent for the most part up there. We have one national baseball writer here with us in the ballpark and having a conversation with him. Tyler Kepner from the New York Times is here. He came up to me and said, "Hey, Tomas, he's all right, isn't he?" I said, "Yeah, he's worked out just fine." Some people are nationally are still sort of picking up on that. It's despite some of the things that were written during spring training, this guy has produced and produced consistently.
I still don't think we've seen the best of Yasmani Tomas. I think there's still a lot more in the tank that we haven't seen yet, but he's shown great athleticism. He's a good base runner. He's a good defender in right field. It's fooled that time by a slider down low and away from Matt Cain. Hey fans, we invite you to play Kachinko by signing up on one of the 16 interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
Jake Lamb a single his last time up. He's 1 for 2. 2 quick outs for Cain here in the 5th. And Cain's a guy coming off a difficult season last year. Didn't win his first game last year until the middle of May. Nagged by injury issues all season long. Did not throw a pitch after the All-Star break. And got only 2 starts before the break this year. Yes, he Wentz at Hickox down there at third. Cain last year had 2 surgeries in August. An operation to remove bone chips and spurs from that right elbow. And then in September, another surgery, that one on his right ankle. So he was kind of a mess last year.
Jake Lamb on that check swing. Watch his facial expression. We talked about this earlier, that seamlessly forever it takes for that umpire to make the call. But you can see Jake knew right away. I swung at that. I don't even want to look down there.
1-2.
Of course, that doesn't help your cause when you make faces because you're frustrated with yourself, and certainly the third base umpire can see that too. Well, I might have called it a ball, but if you're going to make faces, I'm going to call it a strike.
And he swings through that one. 5 strikeouts for Cain. We are through 5. Diamondbacks lead the Giants 4-2. Credit Union Power Player of the Game, done after 5 innings. He gave up 2 runs, both earned on 8 hits, did not walk a batter, and struck out a career-high 8.
You love the numbers, especially 0 walks for Robbie Ray. We mentioned it in that 5th inning. He lost his command a little bit, but was able to right the ship in time to strike out Hunter Pence with a couple more Giants in scoring position. Good outing by Robbie Ray tonight.
And the lefty Andrew Chafin on out of the Diamondback bullpen to open up the 6th here with a 4-2 lead. They'll work to Brandon Crawford, Brandon Belt, and Justin Maxwell, 6, 7, and 8 in the San Francisco 6th. Boy, this guy, Andrew Chafin, BB, he's just been steady Eddie out there in the bullpen.
Talk about a strike thrower. He just comes in and pounds the bottom part of the zone.
And that ERA is just a smidge over 3. That whip is outstanding at 1-1. Opponent sitting only .230 against Andrew this year, the former Kent State Golden Flash first-round pick. Crawford an RBI double and a strikeout. He's 1 for 2. He'll lead it off.
Crawford doesn't bunt for a base hit a lot, but this might be a situation where he would think about it against a left-handed pitcher that he hasn't seen much of. Leading off an inning, your team's down by 2 runs. Giving him a little bit of room on that third base side and the right side of the infield. Goldie and Chris Owings playing very deep. No sign of a bunt on that first delivery.
Drops that one in there for a strike. Crawford having a career year at the plate. You see the numbers there. He hit 10 home runs all of last year. He's already got 12. Slaps that one the other way, and it's fouled. It's going to be interesting to see if this level of production from Crawford holds up over the long haul this year. He has shown some signs lately of tailing off. He's hit just over 210 since June the 1st. So it's been a slow 6 weeks or so. Yes, he went at Hickox. There's the strikeout for Chafin, 1 down.
A lot of check swings in the ball game tonight. Brandon Crawford most recently goes down on strikes, can't hold up. We talk about Crawford running out of gas in the second half of the season. I mean, he's got plays every day.
Yeah.
You know, he played 153 last year, 149 the year before, plus postseason. And he's out there for darn near every out of it.
Here's Belt. And he had a really good postseason run, Brandon Crawford, last year. He led the Giants in RBIs in the postseason. He's become much more of an offensive player. Had a good World Series. Belt flails at that one. He's 0 for 2 so far. Belt's usually pretty good against left-hand pitching, but he's about $150 versus lefties this year. Laces that one down the right field line, but pulls it forward. Over the head of Mike Podsiadlik down there, our Golden Glover on the right field line. Here's Podsiadlik. Dave Budrewitz manning the left field line, our Golden Glovers tonight. It's a good Harry Carey name. Here's Podsiadlik.
Smith was a tough name for Harry sometimes.
It was a hardware store in Waukegan. 2-2 on Belt. Always good to have Harry with us. Right by him. Belt strikes out for the second time tonight. A pair of strikeouts for Chafin. He's ready for the second half.
It's funny how that works. Some guys, I talked about Wellington Castillo. They don't want to stop. They don't want a 3 or 4 day vacation right in the middle of the season. They're just hitting their stride. I think Andrew Chafin feels the same way.
So far through 5 2/3, Giants hitters have struck out 10 times. Here's Maxwell, who's 0 for 2. have a mediator in between.
Yeah, the referee. Dodgers trailing 3-2 in the fifth against the Nationals tonight.
Look, she's telling him, you be nice.
I mean, seriously, sir, what were you thinking?
It's about a life choice, really.
Go to a D-backs Giants game and you wear your Dodger jersey. You get an elbow in the ribs.
Yep. And Chafin behind now 3-0. He's got the pitcher spot on deck, but Kane is not going to hit. Joaquin Arias is in the on deck circle.
Apparently that Dodger Nationals game has been suspended due to a power outage.
Yeah, they lost some lights. That's a problem. Of course, one could argue the Dodgers often play in the dark anyway.
They do some of their best work in the dark.
A 4-pitch walk to Maxwell, and that'll be the end of the night for Kane. First walk issued by D-backs pitching tonight. Joaquin Arias will hit for Kane.
Pinch hitting for Matt Kane. Number 13, Joaquin Arias.
Arias 214 and 1 homer. He's got only 2 extra base hits all year, and that 214 is also his on base percentage. So he's done almost nothing at the plate this season.
0 base on balls.
And 3 for 18 as a pinch hitter. Suddenly, after getting strikeouts for the first 2 outs in the inning, Andrew Chafin can't throw a strike, and Wellington Castillo is out there. 5 straight balls.
You've heard me say it before. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. 2 quick outs via the strikeout. Got Brandon Crawford, Brandon Belt, mowed him down pretty good. He just wanted to hurry up and get Justin Maxwell out. He lost his own. 1 pitch at a time.
So that ends Matt Cain's night. 4 runs, all earned, 8 hits in 5. Just his 3rd start this year. There was a point last year, Matt Cain said, where he couldn't, and it had been several years in fact, he couldn't straighten out his right arm. There was so much junk in that elbow, he literally couldn't straighten his arm. And had the surgery last August to remove some debris in there. And then came up with an injury again in spring training just before opening day and missed the first 3 months. But he looks healthy, which is a good sign for the Giants. That's in there for a strike, 2-1.
Kane has spent a lot more time with trainers and doctors than he would like over the last 12 months or so, between the hamstring injury, cut finger,
surgery on the ankle, surgery on the elbow.
Just one thing after another.
A flexor tendon strain in that elbow this spring. 2-2 now on Arias.
Well, they went into great detail in the Giants media guide talking about his cut finger. He made himself a ham and cheese sandwich.
Good.
Dagwood had it all laid out there on the plate and was getting ready to cut it, and the knife slipped out of his hand, and he just instinctively grabbed it out of midair and put a cut on his throwing hand right where the ball comes off his finger.
Making one of them Dagwood sandwiches.
Making a Dagwood.
Dagwood, is that Marmaduke? No. Who is Dagwood? Blondie and Dag. That's it.
Blondie, very underrated.
I don't even know where to go.
Check the cartoons tomorrow.
As usual, you've got your pulse right on the finger of popular culture. Pulse on the finger and the finger on the pulse. And the
yeah.
3-2 on Arias.
Of course, Blondie has started her own catering business, which really chaps Dagwood. And all that food going out the door somewhere else.
There goes the runner. This is driven to right center field. A.J. Pollock on the track, and he runs it down. Well, after this break, we'll talk about Archie and Mr. Weatherby. 4-2 Diamondbacks.
June 12th. Ender Inciarte's long-awaited return from the DL has finally arrived, and you can hear from the outfielder in my exclusive one-on-one at FoxSportsArizona.com. Ender told me he didn't know it was possible, but he has an even greater love for the game after this layoff. But his focus is the same. He explained to me that prior to his injury, he was seeing success at the plate because he was able to slow things down. He's made a concentrated effort during this time off to stay close to the team and video in hopes of staying in the swing of things. But it wasn't just opposing pitcher video he was logging this past month. He also invested in Netflix, binge watching Friday Night Lights. So it's safe to say he returns with clear eyes and a full heart, and well, he can't lose.
Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. Gene Machie, I don't know what's happened to this guy, but he's had a really rough time of it. You see the ERA, it's almost at 5. He's given up 11 runs in his last 12 outings. That's 11 runs in his last 14 1/3 innings. So he's had a rough time of it. And Wellington Castillo leads off the 6th.
It looks like he's been getting Pablo Sandoval's leftover meal money. He's really rounded into shape nicely.
He made himself a few Dagwood sandwiches at the clubhouse spread, and he's spreading out himself. Right-hand batters, they've hitting almost 350 against Machie this year. This guy has been the last several years one of their most dependable arms back there, but this season not so much. Castillo's 0 for 2.
John Montefusco.
The count.
Wow, that is a blast from the past.
That's well done right there. That is quality. Got a good seat overlooking the pool, too.
Right where the count would have been sitting.
The count used to occasionally glance at the stands.
I was told. I never actually played on the same team with John. I caught a few side sessions when I was in the minor leagues, but he was a gamer, boy. He got after it hard out there on the mound. With that San Mateo slider is what Don McMahon used to call his pitching coach. San Mateo is a suburb of the city of San Francisco, down the peninsula a little ways, and that's where a lot of the ball players live. So Don McMahon called it his San Mateo slider. It was a good one.
That's where Tommy Brady's from.
Yeah.
And Tom Candiotti from that area, too. John the Count Montefusco.
Sarah High School, Barry Bonds.
3-2 to Castillo. Well, he 0 for 2 so far. He's got a 7-game hitting streak going. He's now played more games with the Diamondbacks this year than with either of the Cubs or the Mariners. Chris Owings, who homered his last time up, is on deck. That's in the seats as well. Of course, he played with the Cubs and the Mariners before arriving in Arizona during the first week of June. And the numbers with the Diamondbacks have been outstanding, almost 290 with 5 homers. By the way, we were on no-hit alert for a while here. Old friend Wade Miley.
Oh, yeah.
Had a no-hit bid going for the Red Sox against the Angels, but the pride of Buckeye High School in Arizona State, Cole Calhoun, broke up the Miley no-hit bid in the bottom of the 7th inning. He had a double. Been an up-and-down season for that Boston pitching staff. Clay Buchholz apparently will have to visit Dr. James Andrews. He's had some elbow issues. Another 3-2 to Castillo. Ender almost went over the top rope on that one. Like Jimmy Superfly Snuka coming at you.
Just a little late. That's all for effect right there.
10th pitch of the at-bat coming up. So Wellington Castillo making Gene Michie work here. His first batter of the inning, and he slaps it the other way for a base hit. A slow roller up the right field line. Castillo, a bit of a slow roller himself, is in at second. That's his 9th double. That's a tremendous at bat there by Welly.
He may have broken his bat on this line drive down the right field line, but very quick, abbreviated swing. Took hardly any stride at all and keeps that ball fair down into the right field corner. Kind of had to wait to see how Hunter Pence played that ball. Looked like a fan may have touched it, but Welly was going to make it the second anyway.
And he extends his hitting streak now up to 8 games. That's a career high.
You'll see a fan reach over here and just ever so slightly make contact with the baseball.
Giant fan. Sir, you are not actually playing in the game. Here's Chris Owings, who's 2 for 2. He homered his last time up. Blasted one to deep left center. This was CO to lead off the 4th against Matt Cain. Got a hanger.
Yeah, came on a high fastball up there above the belt, and Gene Michie, since he's entered this ball game, has thrown nothing but high pitches. He's missed up with the fastball. He's missed up with the slider.
I mean, that has been the recurring theme throughout this Giant run the last several years. Their bullpen has been unbelievably dependable. But Michie this year, not so much. This will back up Pagan, and he runs it down. Castillo halfway to third, can't tag up.
Good solid contact again. Pagan makes it look easy out there in center field, cruising on that ball. Wellington Castillo for a moment thought it was going to get over his head. I did too. Chris Owings really hit that ball hard to straightaway center, but Pagan able to run it down.
CO has hit the ball hard all 3 times he's been up tonight. So Castillo still at second. 1 out now for Nick Ahmed, who doubled his last time up. Michie really struggling this year. Opponents hitting almost 370 against him with runners in scoring position. Here's a strike on 1. Pitcher's spot is due up next, and Aaron Hill is in the on-deck circle for the Diamondbacks. On the ground to Crawford. So Hill will hit for Andrew Chief, and Enrique Burgos, the big right-hander, warming up in the Sanderson Ford bullpen. Diamondbacks trying to get that leadoff double home. 2 outs now for Hill, who's at 211 with 4 homers. And is 3 for his last 33 at the plate. Breaking ball drops in there for a strike. Aaron as a pinch hitter this year, 4 for 18 with 4 bases on balls.
You saw the numbers for Aaron Hill against Gene Michie, 5 for 10 lifetime. That overshadows the fact that Chip Hale had a couple left-handed bats he could have dropped in here in this particular situation. Ender Inciarte is active tonight and available. Cliff Pennington has done some really nice hitting off the bench lately, but chooses to go with Aaron Hill and those numbers.
Playing the matchups. And that's part of the pregame prep, right? He knows going in, okay, if Michie comes in, I know I've got Hill on the bench. He's got good numbers against him.
And who in the lineup, other than the pitcher, would I hit Aaron Hill for against Gene Michie? Occasionally there'll be a spot in the lineup where not only will you hit for the pitcher, you might hit for your catcher, you might hit for anybody.
Fly ball, center field, Pergel at the wall, and it's off the base of the wall. Castillo scores. It's an RBI double for Aaron Hill and a 5-2 D-backs lead. They get the run home from second, a big 2-out pinch hit there. And Bob Brenly, welcome back. Time for tacos.
We love tacos. Yes, indeed.
I got the Randy Johnson Hall of Fame bobblehead here.
Very nice, very nice.
We got our first look at that thing.
We got tacos.
And Bruce Bochy's got himself a new pitcher. That's it for Machie. His struggles continue. Diamondbacks lead at 5-2. Back after this. Upcoming pitching matchup, Jake Peavy for the Giants and Chase Anderson for the Diamondbacks. That's a 5:10 start, remember, tomorrow night, 5:10. Diamondback Live pregame show comes your way at 4:30 on Fox Sports Arizona. That was originally supposed to be Jeremy Hellickson's spot. They wanted to give Chase Anderson as much rest as they possibly could. But then, of course, Helly came up with that blister on his right thumb in Texas, and they had to push him back. He tried to throw a bullpen. There's Jeremy Hellickson in the center of your picture there. Tried to throw a bullpen Sunday in New York with a Band-Aid on that blister. Didn't go all that well. And so they bumped Hellickson back to next week, and Chase Anderson will start tomorrow. George Cantos, his 43rd appearance. And in contrast to Gene Machie, is having a very good year out of that bullpen, a 1.67 ERA. A.J. Pollock the batter, 2 outs, and Aaron Hill at second.
I started to talk about that earlier. If you don't have very defined roles in your rotation, after the All-Star break, you can basically just back up and realign the guys however you think it works best. And doing it this way, starting Robbie Ray game 1, whether it was Hellickson or Chase Anderson, now you drop a righty in there, then you come back with Patrick Corbin, another lefty. It really gives you the opportunity to rearrange the starting pitching to separate guys who maybe are a little bit too similar in style.
Patrick Corbin will pitch Sunday against Madison Bumgarner. How about that for a matchup of a couple of good young lefties? Corbin and Mad Bum here Sunday. The Chase struggled down the stretch of the first half, looked fatigued. The fastball command was not there. They wanted to try and get him as much rest as they could during the All-Star break, but they had to move him up when Hellickson came up with that blister. And roller to second, right to Panic. The Diamondbacks get one more, and through 6 they lead the Giants 5-2. Committee has selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. We're going to have to talk to the committee. They've screwed up already. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag AZDataStrongFan for a chance to be on an upcoming broadcast brought to you by our friends at T-Mobile. Now, the first rule of the Brenly Committee, as established fans last year, is, of course, no varmints. And I don't know if that's a great-looking dog. I love the hat, the bobblehead.
Yeah.
BB, you usually give bonus points when you incorporate, you know, logos, hats, jerseys, bobbleheads into a photo, but
you know, I can't really call Fido a varmint. That's somebody's pet. That's a member of a family right there. And they did have a hat on the dog and bobblehead, so that's good. That's a good start.
All right.
Good. We can improve upon that, but that's a good start.
Talk to Leo. Enrique Burgos is on for the Diamondbacks to open up the 7th inning. I think I know what swayed the vote there. As Angel Pagan leads it off. I know you're dog sitting this week, right?
Yeah. His son Michael is over in Anaheim with the Red Sox, and his wife Alyssa went to join him for the weekend. So we're dog sitting for Cooper.
So it's no coincidence that the first picture of the year.
That was Cooper's request.
0-1 to Pagan, who's 0 for 3. Now, it's not one of these Paris Hilton dogs, right? Jones not walking around with this thing in her purse, right?
No.
All right.
As a matter of fact, we had to take the dog in today. It was, time for a little trim, and get the nails clipped, get some booster shots or whatever. So we got to handle all that today.
Got a lot on your plate.
Dogs are lovely when you take them to the vet.
Well, they just enjoy going so much.
Well, the first 9/10 of the trip, Cooper was really stoked. I'm in the car. All right, where are we going? Where are we going? I pulled into the vet's office, and all of a sudden reality set in.
The jig was up. So keep those fan photos coming. We always encourage, of course, a Diamondback hat, a jersey, a bobblehead, a slice of pizza goes a long way.
Pizza works.
A winning favor with the committee. There's a Will Clark shirt in the house. Will the Thrill. Already seen the Count Montefusco. Now there's Will Clark. 2-2 on Pagan. Struck him out. Pagan 0 for 4. Good start for Burgos.
Sometimes pitches are so bad they work. That was a backup slider up and out over the plate. You're supposed to break down and into Angel Pagan, but Pagan probably read the spin on the ball, anticipated where it was going to go, and then when it didn't break, he ended up taking a very defensive swing for strike 3.
Struck out in his first left-handed at bat of the night. Here's Panic, who's got a couple of singles. He scored a run.
Better slider that time.
Well, the one thing about putting Jared Saltalamacchia on the DL to make room for Ender and Ciarte is that you maintain that bullpen depth back there, carrying that extra pitcher. I think it would have been hard. Burgos probably would have been the guy with the options and all that stuff, but they like him a lot. They like that arm back there. And when you're trying to win games, it would have been hard to send this guy down to the minor leagues again. But it just worked out timing-wise that Salty came up with that left neck injury. Again, his right neck appears to be fine, but it's the left. He's been playing on one neck for the last couple of weeks, and it finally just got to be too much.
Well, and the starting rotation, I mean, as good as Robbie Ray was tonight, he only went 5 innings.
Yeah.
I mean, even some of the good outings for the young Diamondback starters that don't get you very deep into the ball game. So, for me personally, and certainly for Chip Hale and Mike Harkey, they like having that extra arm available in the bullpen, at least until the rotation settles down a little bit. Guys start consistently pitching into the 7th and 8th inning. And you might think about going a man down in the bullpen and adding another position player.
2-2 to Panic is over the glove of Ahmed and into left. Boy, this guy can just hit. 3 for 4. 10th in the league in hitting at .308 coming into the game. 3 for 4 with 3 singles tonight.
Just a nice smooth pass at the ball, as opposed to Hunter Pence, who we were talking about, is just max effort, running as hard as he can, swinging as hard as he can. Joe Panik very much under control. Even as he's swinging the bat, he has bat control through the hitting zone.
Now you deal with Matt Duffy, who's got 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 3, a double and a single. Giants have swallowed the rest of the $4.8 million they gave Casey McGee in the offseason, and they've cut him loose. He's now in Miami again, and Duffy's the man at third. Duffy's an interesting story. Played college ball at Long Beach State. Played there 3 years. Never hit higher than 266. And in 3 years of college baseball, never hit a single home run. Now here he is batting third for the defending World Series champions and playing third base. Now that's a story. Fights that one off. It's a little dunk shot that drops in front of Tomas. Panik on the run, is in at third. A little flare off the fist the other way for Duffy. He's got his third hit.
That one down the right field line. By the time Tomas gets there, Panik is already standing on third base. Duffy had dropped anchor over there at first. Now you got to deal with Buster Posey with a couple men on base.
This is the same situation in which Robbie Ray found himself back in the 5th. Posey had that extended at bat. Got a 2-strike, 2-out single that loaded the bases, and Ray struck out Pence. So here's Burgos. The work to Posey. They're on the corners with 1 out.
Remember Robbie Ray pitching against Buster Posey all night long. Away, almost all fastballs away. And last at bat, Buster Posey finally just reached out there and poked one of them into right field.
He is the tying run at the plate with 1 out in the 7th. Bullpen is busy now. Oliver Perez, the left-hander. Got a couple of lefties coming up after Hunter Pence, who's on deck, and Crawford and Belt. Talk about guys that did not want to see the All-Star break. Buster Posey is on that list. Hit safely in 14 of his final 15 games going into the break. Nearly .430 during that stretch. And in his last 15 games to close the first half, he had 4 homers and 17 RBIs.
Well, if this were the first week of the season instead of the first week after the All-Star break, you would probably have seen Brad Ziegler in the ballgame at this juncture.
Yeah, you're right. This is a Brad Ziegler spot.
He was like the 6th, 7th, 8th inning guy. If you had a double play situation, you needed a ground ball, Brad Ziegler was the guy. He probably would have been in the game right now to face Buster Posey.
And this is the downside of having him as your closer. It works out great when he's in there in the 9th. There's no problems. He's almost automatic, but these are the spots where you want him in there as well. It's a tough one.
Yeah, Addison Reed was closing games at the beginning of the season. Evan Marshall was the 8th inning guy, and Brad Ziegler and Oliver Perez kind of shared the 7th inning depending on the situation. Of course, Addison Reed, Evan Marshall are both pitching down in Reno right now.
1-1. In there for a strike in 95. And again, that's the matchup you would have liked to have had. But they don't have that luxury right now with the bullpen construction as it is.
Well, it's been a much better Diamondbacks bullpen with Brad Ziegler as the closer. I mean, that's the problem with Brad. He's so good in so many different roles. You want to use him all the time. But first 32 games of the season, when Brad was pitching in the 7th and 8th inning, the team ERA, bullpen ERA, was .445, and they only had 2 saves in 32 games. After Brad Ziegler was installed as the closer, there have been 54 games. The team ERA is 2.93 with 20 saves. So you'd have to say moving him into the closer's role certainly settled that bullpen down, even though it maybe created some weaknesses that weren't there when he was your 7th inning guy.
If you had a closer back there, you could bring Ziegler in right here after Burgos got himself in trouble. But the depth just isn't there. Misses there, and it's 2-2. And Chip Hale told us on our Diamondbacks podcast, the latest edition is up there at dbacks.com and on iTunes, that he thought, frankly, this year the bullpen would be better. And Brad has solidified things at the back end, but as usual, you worry about the bridge to the closer. 2-2. Shoots this one out to Tomas. Panics at third. Here he comes. Tomas with a big arm, and the throw is not in time. It's an RBI for Posey and a 5-3 ball game.
That's something to keep an eye on the next 2 games of this series. How the Diamondbacks continue to pitch to Buster Posey, or will they change the plan? Everything has been away, and to his credit, Buster Posey's taken a couple of balls that direction. A sac fly in that at bat, base hit back in the 5th. That's the problem with good hitters like Buster Posey. You just can't stay any one way. They'll figure it out. Goldie does the same thing. They'll figure it out, and they will get you if you stay in a pattern.
Keep in mind, you're still in a danger area here. Pence is the tying run at the plate now with 2 outs, and he's got a pair of hits tonight already. Singleton scored in the 2nd, doubled in the 4th. He's 2 for 3. '96 right by him. It's headed toward the pool, and it's gone. The game is tied. Hunter Pence, a 2-run shot, his 4th of the year. Panic, Duffy, Pence, all with 3 hits. It's 5-5.
See where Castillo sets up low and away. Well, you see where the pitch is. Letter high inside part of the plate. Hunter Pence stepping in the bucket like he usually does and just tomahawks that ball to right field. Really got a lot of carry. A lot of backspin on that drive.
That'll be it for Enrique Burgos. Whole new ball game here at Chase Field. Back after this. RBI fly ball by Posey and a game-tying 2-run homer by that man, Hunter Pence. 5-5, still in the top of the 7th with 2 outs, and on for the Diamondbacks is the left-hander, Oliver Perez, who's been a guy that has in the past given them some length in that bullpen, but lately he's been more of a loogie, a lefty 1-out guy, and he's gotten some big left-hand outs.
I think because Andrew Chafin has had a measure of success as the longer lefty out of the bullpen, that frees up Oliver Perez to play the matchups as Chip Hale sees fit. And his matchup tonight is against Brandon Crawford, followed by Brandon Belt if necessary. A couple lefties back-to-back here in the Giants order.
Trying to get that final out here in the 7th. Crawford had an RBI double in the 2nd. He's 1 for 3. Jake Lamb back at 3rd. Crawford shows bunt. And takes a strike.
Back on April 16th at AT&T Park earlier this season, Brandon Crawford put a charge on one against Oliver Perez.
Already with a career high 12 homers this year. In the air, right field. Tomas coming in, and that's the final out at the top of the 7th, but the Giants get 3. We're all tied 5-5. The chase. Saturday, July 25th. This is a one-of-a-kind item, the Randy Johnson Hall of Fame bobblehead. I've got one in my hot little hands right here. And that's coming up later this month, Sunday, July 26th, the next day. First 5,000 kids get D-backs insulated lunch bags for back to school. We're almost there, hard to believe. And then Saturday, August 8th, the Randy Johnson number 51 commemorative t-shirt. You can get your tickets for one or all of these giveaway games at dbacks.com. George Conto's back out there, the right-hander for the Giants. David Peralta leads off the 7th for the Diamondbacks. 5-5 ball game. Here we go. Peralta, Goldie, Tomas, 2, 3, and 4 in the Diamondbacks 7th. This is a big game for the Diamondbacks, Bob. I mean, it's getting to be time to put up or shut up, and you're 7.5 behind the Dodgers. You're only 5 off a wild card spot. You're opening up a 10-game homestand to start the second half after the break, and you've got a tie game 7th inning against the team that's just ahead of you in the standings. This is a big series for the Diamondbacks.
No question about it. I mean, they're all big, let's face it, but when you're facing a team that's ahead of you in the standings and you can pick up a full game on a given night, you've got to take advantage of those opportunities. As you said, after the Giants, we've got a long stretch where we don't see the West.
Fly ball center field. Pagan still back up. It's off the wall. Here's the freight It's round in second. The train is coming into the station at third. He's got another triple. That's the way to answer David Peralta. His second triple of the ball game and his sixth this year. The train is in the station at third. That's another one that just kept carrying out there to center.
Pick up in the zone, up and out over the plate. Pagan chases it all the way back to the wall and David Peralta gets a favorable bounce there. Got over the head of Angel Pagan. That's all the break that David needed to motor on into third base with that leadoff triple.
Mark Grace loves what he sees, the assistant hitting coach. Go ahead, run at third, nobody out for Goldie. Paul Goldschmidt 0 for 1. He has a pair of sacrifice fly RBIs. Grounded out his last time. Here, Bruce Bochy, to give him anything here at all? Drives that toward the right field corner, but foul.
Well, I think because of what we saw from Goldie in the week leading up to the All-Star game, I think maybe they will try to pitch him carefully, but I think they're going to go after it. Now, when Goldie is hot, like we've seen him almost all season long, you just take the bat out of his hands right here. He's the guy you don't want to let beat you.
But he's not been hot lately. At .339 average for the year. He's about .240 for the month. Ties him up inside. He did not go, says Jim Reynolds at first. It's 2-1. David, a little worn out. He's hit 2 triples tonight. Only the 7th time a Diamondback player has hit 2 triples in a game. Three and 1 to Goldie. Ball 4. Bruce Bochy. 7 Diamondbacks have hit 2 triples in the same game. 5 different players. David Peralta now done it twice. Did it last July against the Tigers. Tony Womack's also done it twice. Conversation time for the Giants skipper out there. It's a hot night to be running around those bases like that, the way he runs. Bochy going to stick with Contos here.
It's unusual to see Bruce Bochy make that trip to the mound right there. He had something very specific he wanted to impart to his pitcher and the Giants infielder. So instead of sending Dave Righetti out to the mound, the skipper himself goes out there. Now for me, a naturally paranoid person, I'd be careful of a pickoff here.
You've got Peralta at third, Goldschmidt at first, nobody out. And Yasmani Tomas, the hitter, he is 0 for 3. He has struck out his last 2 times up. Belt holding the runner at first. And the first pitch is a ball, 1-0.
And the meeting could have also had something to do with what are we going to do if Goldie breaks for second base on a stolen base attempt? Where are we going to throw the ball? Are we throwing through to second? Are we going to try to pick Peralta off third? Are we just going to hold on to the ball and go after Yasmani Tomas? Because Goldie will steal a bag if you don't pay attention to him.
16 for 20 in his stolen base attempts this year. Fair enough, a throw to third, and Peralta's back in time.
Well, sometimes you've got a right-hander on the mound that has a good pickoff move like a lefty would to first base. I'm not so sure that's the case with Contos. That wasn't a great move over there, but if you're Bruce Bochy, it's worth it to try to get out of this jam if the guy's got a good pickoff move.
Bounced over the mound. Crawford. They've got Peralta hung up, and he can't get back in time. Crawford saw Peralta starting to break toward the plate and threw to third for the out. He kind of deked Peralta that time, like he might throw to first.
That was really on David right there. I don't know what play was on, but it seemed to me like he should have been going on ground ball contact. That looked like a double play hit up the middle of the field. You got to go from third base.
Bruce Bochy will make a pitching change now. He'll want the lefty with Jake Lamb coming up. The Diamondbacks run into a bad out there. Back after this. Six-year-old rookie left-hander. It's big Josh Osich. This guy brings the gas. 6 appearances so far. He's worked 5 1/3 scoreless innings. And the roof, it is pouring outside, and the roof is leaking right over the mound. And it's on his hat. You can see the raindrops coming off the bill of his cap there. And it's coming down pretty good. We are told it is absolutely pouring outside. And it's raining inside.
I don't think it's anything bad enough to stop the ball game, but certainly distracting to Josh Osich out there on the mound. He's yet to give up a hit this year.
I thought they had a roof in this place. He's got Goldschmidt at second, Tomas at first. 5-5 ball game, 1 out here in the 7th. It gets behind Posey, and the runners move up. Big 90 feet right there for each Diamondback base runner.
Huge 90 feet right there. Takes the double play out of the equation, or at least the routine double play.
He seems a little too preoccupied with the rain coming down.
Kind of like Jabba Chamberlain in Cleveland when the Nats,
the midges
got all over him. He was done. Well, the funny thing is, if we were in an outdoor stadium and it was raining that hard, he probably wouldn't even notice it.
Infield in for the Giants. Lamb swings through that one. Just does get a piece. It's a ball and a strike. Well, I mean, you can see it's raining down right on him and only him pretty hard right now. Talk about a home field advantage. Well, that tells you just how hard it's raining outside here.
It's getting muddy out there on the mound.
Jake singled in the third. He's 1 for 3. He struck out twice. Two and one.
Well, not only does that wild pitch move both runners up 90 feet, take the double play out of the equation, it also forces the Giants to bring their infield in. Jake doesn't have to hit it hard, just don't hit it right at somebody.
How to get it into play here. 2-2. It's full. Wellington Castillo is on deck. That's a live look outside our ballpark here in downtown Phoenix. Heavy rains. And it's raining inside. Right down on Josh Osich, who's got a 3-2 count on Jake Lamb. Got him. Cannot put the ball in play with runners on second and third, and it's 2 outs for Castillo.
Now back, catcher, Wellington Castillo.
So they'll need a 2-out hit from Welly. Oshie going to stick with his left-hander here. Nope. Going to come out and make the move right now. Had a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. So Oshie comes in, gets his one guy, and he's still looking up at that rain. Skip, what's the deal? They told me there was a roof on this place.
Yeah, he pitched at Oregon State. He's used to rain.
Big spot coming up back after this. It's raining inside Chase Field. Grant Trenbott, the head groundskeeper, was just out there, but they told him everything's fine. Hunter Strickland looking up at the rain coming down on him right on top of the mound here. And he's in a jam. 2 outs, second and third. And it'll work to Wellington Castillo. 5-5 in the 7th. Goldschmidt the runner at third, and Yasmani Tomas at second. Diamondbacks, who had first and third with no outs in the inning, still trying to get the go-ahead run across. Castillo doubled and scored his last time up. He's 1 for 3. He's hit in 8 straight. Grounds crew is ready to go out there and do some work on that mound. Here's Grant right on the far right of your screen. That rubber area along the mound is getting a little soggy. But the umpire said we will play on and you can deal with it after this half inning. Popped him up. Posey will give it a look, but it's behind the screen.
Fortunately, that area you're talking about right in front of the rubber is mostly clay. Now, there's a little dirt in there as the grounds crew before the ball game preps the field, and they pack some dirt in there. But you can see underneath the shiny dirt, if you will, is clay. So water's not really going to affect that too much.
It's a live look outside Chase Field. Heavy rains moving through downtown Phoenix. A ball and a strike to Wellington Castillo. One and two. Diamondbacks have had a pair of 6-5 putouts at third base in this ball game, and it's hurt them. Pat O'Connell's down a cell phone now. Jimmy Myers there, not protecting Pat's equipment. Jim, that's in the job description. Pat's taking his stuff and he's going home. Going to get his computer and his phone out of there. 1 and 2. This guy throws hard. Saw that in the postseason last year. And rain coming right down on top of him inside the ballpark. Strikes out a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. The Diamondbacks had first and third, nobody out, and cannot get a run across. We're still tied. Live high-speed highlights presented by Cox. Our Gila River game summary. The Diamondbacks had a lead here, but the Giants got 3 in the 7th to tie it up. D-backs had some great opportunities to score in the home half. Could not get a run across, so we go to the 8th inning here. In a 5-5 ball game. Pouring rain outside. Still raining inside with the roof closed. Oliver Perez back out there. after getting Brandon Crawford to end the San Francisco 7th. Grant Crenbrith and his crew out there working on the mound between innings. There's a small lake forming behind home plate, right in front of our batter's box suite, well behind the plate. And Grant has got his hands full out there, but his crew does such a great job. They've got it under control.
Yeah, Grant's been here since the very beginning, actually before the Diamondbacks franchise started, to get this field up and running, and he is he's the go-to guy for growing grass indoors.
He's got people that go to him. I need a lawn in my living room.
No, other stadiums, other grounds crew heads. Hey Grant, what do we got to do here? We're losing some grass out near the warning track, and we can't leave the roof open because it's raining outside. And Grant's the guy they go to if they have some issues with their roof and their turf at the ballpark.
I mean, there's a lot involved. You have to know, how often do you leave the roof open during the day when you're not using the park? When you're on the road, does it close? Does it open? It can be open too much in the heat here in the summertime. There's a real art to it.
Oh yeah,
and a lot of variables. Here's Brandon Belt, who's 0 for 3.
Well, for years was George Toma, wasn't he the groundskeeper in Kansas City?
Where they had turf.
Yeah, where they called him in other places to mentor groundskeepers on how to take good care of a baseball field.
To call him the sod father.
Yeah.
He would always do, I remember the field, he would do the field for every Super Bowl. They'd fly him and his crew in for a long time.
I remember reading a story years ago when George Brett was still an active player that they used to slant the batter's box in Kansas City.
How do you get away with that?
Well, ever so slightly. I mean, the back of the batter's box might be a half an inch, maybe 3/4 of an inch higher than the front of the box. So if you're standing in that left-handed batter's box, as you stride forward, you're actually going downhill. George Brett always wanted a downhill swing on the ball to impart backspin.
He knew what he was doing. Oh, Brandon Bell reaches out and dunks it into left center. And Ollie is down, took a hard fall on that mound. I'm not even going to call that an emergency hack. It was just to stick the bat out there and see what happens.
Make contact and hope for good things. Just blooped it out there over Nick Ahmed's head. Nobody could get to it.
Chappelle's going to go out and get his lefty now. So that's it for Oliver Perez. Belt aboard to lead off the 8th. Pitching change of chase. 5-5 ball game. Daniel Hudson coming in. We're back in a moment. Brandon Belt at first, and nobody out here in the Giant 8th. Buddy's 34th appearance of the year. The ERA just under 3.5. work to Justin Maxwell, the number 8 hitter in the Giant lineup. Well, they've recalled him, and now Blanco's going to go up there. Nere Adrianza's on deck. He'll hit for the pitchers. So Maxwell is recalled, and Blanco will hit for the left fielder.
Well, this is one of those things you have to consider everything if you're Chip Hale and Bruce Bochy for that matter. And Chip Hale knows if he goes to Daniel Hudson, there's a real good chance you're going to get Gregor Blanco off the bench. The question is, which matchup do you like better? Left-hander Oliver Perez on Justin Maxwell, or do you like Huddy on Gregor Blanco? And apparently this is the matchup that Chip prefers.
Brandon Belt, the runner at first, nobody out. Lamb coming in on the grass at third. And Blanco, you saw the numbers. He's having a very nice year at the plate, hitting .313. Got a very high on base percentage this year, so his OPS is more than 100 points over his career best. He's been a productive hitter up there.
Might think about a bunt in a tie ball game in the 8th inning, but Blanco has not put down a sac bunt all year.
You can see Jake Lamb a couple of steps in on the grass at third base. Goldie holding Belt on the bag at first. They throw over. Looks like the rain inside the park has eased up. Doesn't appear to be coming down, certainly behind home plate or on the mound like it was earlier. And we're told it is no longer raining outside either. 96 right by him. A little bit of everything tonight in the opener of a 3-game series and a 10-game homestand. 5-5 in the 8th. 1-1 misses inside. Daniel Hudson has really done a good job settling into this 8th inning role, it would seem. He said the other day he's starting to figure it out there. Now Blanco does show bunt and fouls it back. It's 2-2. Checks in with Roberto Kelly at third. Lamb with 2 strikes now will back off at third base. Goldie still holding Belt on the bag at first. Blanco missed a whole bunch of games in the middle of last month when he was on the concussion DL. He's played 21 games since he came back, and since he's returned, he's hit over .370. He was actually hit in the head with a thrown ball during batting practice. Actually, during the game, they were warming up the outfielders. He ran in front of the wrong guy and got hit in the head with a throw. Ended up on the concussion DL. Bruce's wife.
At least that's what the jersey says.
See some paperwork on that. Yeah, there she is.
for some tickets.
2-2. Diamondbacks honored all our first responders before the ball game. And this foul ball goes to one of our first responders. Nicely done, sir. I think that's our anthem singer.
I think you're right. It looked like it was Sergeant Shelley Munoz who sang the anthem. They did a great job with it. I believe that was her.
Yeah. That's a nice little bonus for her.
We saw Daniel Hudson slip off the mound. Oliver Perez fell earlier. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with the rain that was leaking onto the field, or he just overthrew that ball and kind of lost his mechanics. Kind of spun off on his heel there and lost his balance on his follow through.
Pitch number 9 in the at-bat by Blanco on the way. Still 2-2. This guy's a pain in the neck.
Pay a lot of attention to Brandon Belt or any other Giant base runner for that matter. They just don't steal very much. Nori Aoki leads the team with 12. He's on the disabled list. Next highest total is Angel Pagan with 5.
Belt 4 for 6 in his stolen base attempts this year. 10th pitch of the at-bat to Blanco coming up. Got him. It's the 11th time tonight a Giants hitter has struck out.
Well, that's a leap of faith. He's been throwing one fastball after another, and Blanco couldn't quite catch up to them. You really hesitate to throw an off-speed pitch to a guy that can't catch up to a fastball, because in effect you're just speeding up his bat. But that was such a good location for that changeup, down at the bottom of the zone and then fading low out of the zone. Got the swinging strike.
Well, they just announced A-Ray Adrianza as the pinch hitter for the pitcher Strickland. Mike Harkey out to the mound now. Adrianza just 7 games with the Giants this year. He's only 2 for 11 at the plate. Didn't come up for the minor leagues until the 1st of July. Called up when they DFA'd Casey McGee. He's a very good defensive shortstop, not much of a hitter though. Although at AAA this year he was hitting .316.
Well, much like the Diamondbacks, the Giants have a 4-man bench, and with Adrianza taking this pinch hit at bat, they're down to Andrew Susac, their backup catcher, as the only available position player.
1 out, Brandon Belt at first. Yeah, this is the guy who, after Brandon Crawford, is probably the best defensive shortstop in their system. Has hit at the AAA level, but never much in the big leagues. 120 career big league at bats thereabouts. He's hit about $180. 1-1. Adrianza is a switch hitter. Last year, an even 50 points better from the left-hand side. 2-1 pitch. Team store here at the ballpark. Long game tonight. You got some shopping time. Hudson behind on Adrianza. 3 balls and a strike. Full count, 3-2. Belt at first. 1 out. Angel Pagan, the leadoff man, on deck. He would be next. There goes Belt. Foul back. Taken off on the 3-2 pitch.
Well, this potentially has strike him out, throw him out written all over it. Belt not a great runner. Adrianza not a good contact hitter. Daniel Hudson blew a fastball by him at the belt on the 3-1 pitch. Barely able to get a piece of that last fastball.
Belt holds this time. Adrianza looks at strike 3. 97 in there. 2 down.
Good low fog that time at 97. Way down there below the bottom of the zone, but Mike Estabrook hadn't rung anybody up in a little while. It's been a couple of minutes.
12 strikeouts now for D-backs pitchers. 2 down. Here's Pagan, who has struck out twice himself. He's 0 for 4. Make it 13 strikeouts, pardon me, for Diamondbacks pitchers tonight. So many they're hard to count. Hudson behind 2-0. The selfie stick with Curtis is taking a selfie of himself operating the camera with his cell phone camera. Now that's big league right there. You stare into the lens, it just drifts into infinity. The question is, which lens?
Which infinity?
This is at 96, and he's behind 3-0. And you got the sharp end of the stick coming up. After Pagan, you got Panic, Duffy, Posey, Pence. This is the guy you want to get right here. He walks him on 4 pitches. Sergio Romo warming up in the Giant bullpen. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 8th. We'll have Owings, Ahmed in the pitcher spot, 7, 8, 9. Pagan aboard for the first time tonight. First and second, 2 down for Panic, who's 3 for 4. Three singles. He has scored twice. Right side of the Diamondback infield will play back. Panic at .313 on the year with 7 homers. 1-1. Diamondback bullpen gets busy again.
The Diamondbacks are going to be very careful with Daniel Hudson pitching back-to-back days or 2 out of 3, and also on a given day throwing too many pitches. That last delivery was number 22 on the, actually 23 on the ball game for Daniel.
He has labored out there. He's behind 2-1. Buddy so far 12 strikes, 11 balls. And the count is off by 1, so they're going to keep a close eye on him. Two and 1. Joe Panik already hitting nearly .370 against the D-backs this year coming in, and 3 for 4 tonight. Game 2 of the 3-game set tomorrow afternoon. Diamondback Live pregame show at 4:30. Chase Anderson and Jake Peavy. 2-2 to Panik. Along the left field line, might be playable. Peralta giving it a full run there, but it's 4 or 5 rows back. That guy's on his phone. All right, what were you saying?
We've seen Joe Panik in that satin smooth swing that he features up there. It's much more effective on pitches from the middle of the plate away. I just don't know if Daniel Hudson can command that fastball enough to work him inside right here.
Center field, Pollock. Right at him. Buddy strands 2 and keeps it a 5-5 ball game.
Game. That's Rich Rodriguez, head coach of the Arizona Wildcats, the defending Pac-12 South Division champs, as he goes one-on-one into the inner sanctum with Chip Hale. Their first meeting, and Diamondbacks Live continues to roll out the red carpet for our VIPs tomorrow. ASU football coach Todd Graham will join Jody Jackson, as you saw, our guest analyst. Monday, it's NAU head coach Jack Murphy from the basketball program there. Tuesday, we've got Dan Marley, and on and on and on. It's D-Backs Live, the VIP Analyst Month. And, of course, it's presented by Nissan. So I will tell you guys that Rich Rodriguez was ready to go. He brought notes on the Arizona Diamondbacks. He was ready to talk some baseball here tonight.
Drop some plays, maybe. A couple of bunt plays. Sergio Romo, much like Gene Michie, who we saw earlier, has normally been very reliable. Gregor Blanco stays out in left field, replacing Maxwell. But Romo has struggled this year. And it worked to Chris Owings to lead off the Arizona 8th, 5-5 ball game. Romo, his last 8 1/3 innings, has given up 8 runs on 14 hits. That's over his last 12 appearances. And the ERA keeps going up. And Chris Owings, a couple of hits tonight, including this solo shot to lead off the 4th against Matt Cain.
Blasted that ball to left center field, way out of here. I seriously doubt if he'll see anything close to that from Sergio Romo. Slider after slider after slider. Just about the time you start sitting on his slider, he'll sneak an 84-mile-an-hour fastball by you on the inside corner, but he's going to live and die with that slider.
He needs a ball. Well, a home run ball would do nicely here. But Owings behind a ball and 2 strikes. Singled and stole a base in the 2nd, homered in the 4th. Flying out to center his last time up, hit the ball well all 3 times. And chases that Romo slider for the strikeout.
Throw it in any count to any hitter, righty, lefty, both sides of the plate, up and down. That's the pitch he can command the best, that slider.
Nick Ahmed doubled in the 4th. He's 1 for 3. Pitcher spot is due up next, and I believe I see number 5 out there in white. Ender Inciarte activated off the DL earlier today, is in the on-deck circle. He will hit for the pitcher, Hudson.
Well, you mentioned Wade Miley pitching for the Red Sox tonight, had a no-hitter through 6. The Angels only got 2 hits all night. Unfortunately for the Red Sox, one of them was a walk-off homer by Mike Trout. 1-0 Angels over the Red Sox.
Mike Trout.
I got a text from my son Michael from Anaheim. All it said was Mike Trout, hands down, best player in MLB.
Yes, as much as we love Goldie, you can make a pretty good case for Trout. How about Romo in this ballpark? A career ERA of .34.
He's given up 1 run in his 31 ball games. That was last March 31st.
Ahead of Ahmed, 0-2. It's got to be tough when you're behind 1-2 like Owings was, or 1-2 like Ahmed is now, to lay off that slider, because you know it's coming, right?
Yeah. I mean, he could start it right at you and break it over the inside part of the plate. He could start it over the inside corner and sweep it toward the outside corner, or he could start it away and break it completely off the plate.
Left it out over the plate. Ahmed lifts it in the air, though. Playable for Pagano. And here's back in town for the first time in about a month, Ender Inciarte.
Pinch hitting for Daniel Hudson, number 5, Ender Inciarte.
His return to the Diamondbacks, 287 and 2 homers. His first game with the D-backs since June 15th when he strained that right hamstring, coincidentally, in Anaheim. He made 7 minor league rehab appearances, 5 of them with the AA Mobile Bay Bears, and went 6 for 20 at Mobile. And 3 extra base hits, including a home run. Duffy comes in on the grass at 3rd. Ender said yesterday the legs feel better now than they did actually before the injury. And his last few rehab games at Mobile, thought he was seeing the ball very well. Pitch speed, the timing seemed to be in a good spot for him after so much time away from live pitching. And he's behind 1-2. Romo just lobbing him in there. Giants in the ninth will have the heart of the order. Duffy, Posey, Pence 3, 4, and 5. Crawford and Belt behind them. Duffy's got 3 hits. Pence has got 3 hits, including a homer. Posey's got a single and an RBI. Two and 2 to Inciarte. Field line and throws him out. Romo works a 1-2-3-8. Ninth inning coming up, still tied at 5.
July 17th, 1941, Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak came to an end against the Cleveland Indians. 67,000 fans at Municipal Stadium, the mistake on the lake. A lot of people don't realize that after the streak ended, he went on to hit in 17 more games after that, so 73 of 74.
How about that? Huh? And now, you know, a guy they put together streaks of reaching base safely.
Yeah.
You know, walks or whatever. Not Joe D. They were all base hits. Brad Ziegler on to work the ninth, and he'll have his work cut out for him. His 40th appearance of the year, a 1.18 ERA. Matt Duffy, Buster Posey, and Hunter Pence 3, 4, and 5 in the Giant ninth.
Just to put a ribbon on Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak, he hit .408 over the 56 games. So it wasn't a lot of 1-for-4s and 1-for-5s.
Well, Matt Duffy's had a 3-for-4 here tonight. 2 singles and a double. He scored a run. That was your ballpark as a kid, right?
Yeah.
Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio.
Stadium, yeah. It's the most beautiful place on earth when I was a kid growing up, going there to watch ball games. Then I went in there as a player, and not so much.
I managed to get a game in there before they got rid of it. Well, they used to have a big bug problem there. Speaking of midges. Bounce to second. Owings is there. Well, as Oil Can Boyd once said, that's what they get for building a ballpark on the ocean.
That's right.
Here's Buster Posey. Posey singled in the 5th, and an RBI sac fly his last time up. 1 for 3. Diamondbacks, if they can get through this top of the 9th, will have the top of the order up in the home half. Pollock, Peralta, Goldie. Fly ball right field. Tomas ranging over there. Runs it down. Hunter Pence back in the 7th, a 2-run homer that tied it off Enrique Burgos with 2 outs. Came up and in.
Yeah. I mean, there's a stat in this game that I think was probably invented by the agent for middle relievers, the hold.
Yeah.
You know, and that's all we needed from Enrique Burgos tonight, a hold. Just leave with the lead. You don't have to shut him out. You don't have to put a 0 on the board. Just don't let him tie or take a lead. Unfortunately, left that fastball up over the plate to Hunter Pence, and he hit it out of here.
Yeah, that's one I could do without the hold.
Yeah, the hold.
Hey, had a hold. Ooh, way to go. Well, she would have taken one tonight.
Could have used one tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Take that into arbitration. I had 25 holds. Hunter Pence right now. Triple away from the cycle. He singled and scored in the 2nd, doubled in the 4th, homered his last time. High chopper to short. Ahmed is in. Brad Ziegler, what else is new? A 1-2-3 9th. What's next? Brought to you by CenturyLink. Bottom 9 coming up. Pollock, Peralta, and Goldie, the top of the order for the Diamondbacks. Of the 9th, they had a great chance, bottom 7, 1st and 3rd, nobody out, but David Peralta ran into a key out there at 3rd base, and then they just could not get a run across. It stayed tied. As Josh Oshitz and Hunter Strickland got some big strikeouts, and now Sergio Romo is back out there. A.J. Pollock, who's got 2 doubles tonight, leads off the 9th.
That was some of Bruce Bochy's best work. I mean, that's what he's known for, his use of the bullpen, playing the matchups. He brought in Osich. He struck out his man, and Hunter Strickland came on, got his strikeout of Wellington Castillo to get out of that jam.
And in a tie ball game, 9th inning, you're looking at opportunities like that. The Diamondbacks, aggressive on the bases all year long. Bob talked about that in the open, but they have had 2 6-5 putouts at 3rd base tonight. And those are mistakes you can't make, not in games like this against the team just ahead of you in the division.
I wouldn't even really call them mistakes of aggression. I think Nick Ahmed just didn't know where Brandon Crawford was positioned behind him. tried to advance to third base on a ground ball that was hit right at Brandon Crawford. That was an easy out at third. And then the one from David Peralta, I said it at the time, you've got to read that ball on the ground and immediately break for home plate. If you get thrown out at home, that's okay. But you can't creep down the line and get caught in between, and that's what happened to David.
Well, the numbers for AJ against Romo, and he's down 1-2 here. And strikes out. Second strikeout for Romo. 0 for 9 with 5 strikeouts career. Pollock against Sergio Romo.
That's what Romo will do. I mentioned he doesn't throw very many fastballs, but when he does, hitters almost always swing at him, and he rarely throws it for a strike.
Bruce Bochy's already used 5 relievers. He's got Peralta coming up, the left-hand hitter, who's got 3 hits tonight, including a pair of triples. And so he'll go with left-hand specialist Javier Lopez to face David Peralta. Bottom 9 at Chase. We're all tied. Back in a moment. For the left-hand hitting David Peralta, so Bruce Bochy goes to his bullpen. The 7th Giants pitcher of the ball game is left-hand specialist Javier Lopez.
43 appearances, 24 innings. That's all you need to know.
And a 1.88 ERA. But as we've talked about lately, David Peralta, really a different story against left-hand pitchers this year. And even 250 versus lefties. That number last season was 197, so he's made great strides. 3 hits tonight for Peralta, including 2 triples. Giants bullpen gets busy again. You figure this will be Lopez's only hitter here with Goldie on deck. And it's a good thing they had the All-Star break. These guys are all rested. Working on a 4-hour game here. David ahead 3-0. There's a strike. Santiago Casilla used Mero Petit, a pair of right-handers. One of them will likely finish out this inning. 3-1. It's full. Called strike 3. And David knew it. Ahead in the count 3-0, and he strikes out looking. So Lopez gets his man, and Bruce Bochy will bring in his 8th pitcher of the evening to work to Goldie with 2 outs and nobody on. Coming up, Yusmeiro Petit is in the ball game, the 8th pitcher tonight for the Giants, and it's been a very rocky road for this guy lately. You see the ERA 4.41, but throw that out. His last 4 relief appearances, Petit has worked 11 innings and given up 10 earned runs, and he'll work to Goldie. Goldie a pair of RBI sac flies. He has grounded out and walked. So he's up there 0 for 1. You feeling it right here?
Yeah, I am.
Petit's given up a whole bushel full of homers in this ballpark.
20 homers in 98 innings in this ballpark.
Well, Bochy's run through his whole bullpen, so this is it, right? Other than Casilla. Being very careful, 2-0. I hope Mrs. Sarah Hudson, that little baby Baylor, has gone to sleep. She just had a 1-year-old birthday. She couldn't come to the game to watch Dad pitch. So they're watching on TV. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Baylor.
Happy birthday.
Just had a big birthday party for Daniel Hudson's little girl earlier this week. Baylor's already tweeting, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's on there.
Nice. Baylor probably wants a Paul Goldschmidt homer for her birthday.
That would do nicely right here. Good way to open up a 10-game homestand. They were home watching Daddy pitch. Goldie, Goldie gone. Well, now's the time. Two and two.
Fence high fastball that time.
Serve it up. Serve it up.
Yes, got it.
Goldie this year hitting over 360 against the Giants. 2 homers in 10 games. Another 2-2. Reaches down and lifts it in the air, left center field. That drops in for a base hit. And Goldie has a 2-out single. He's the winning run. As Monty Tomas, hitless tonight, he has struck out twice. Each team now with 5 runs and 12 hits. And we're at the 4-hour mark here in downtown Phoenix on a Friday night. Want to try and pick up an extra 90 feet here? 2 outs?
Yeah, you'd like to. It really depends on Petit. I mean, Buster Posey throws a lot better than people give him credit for. 41% on this season he's thrown out attempted base stealers. You really have to get the jump off of the pitcher.
Goldie holds it first. Tomas fouls it back. Paul Goldschmidt 16 for 20 in his stolen base attempts this year.
It's a real determining factor in whether Goldie runs or not will be, does Dave McKay have anything on Petit? Guys fall into some habits out there on the mound. They don't even realize they're doing it.
And Dave was just right behind Goldie, whispering in his ear. He's back now in his normal spot. Goldie holds again. Tomas lifts it along the right field line, but drifting near the corner. And in the seats, it's 0-2. Pitch out, nothing doing. They're thinking the same thing we are.
I always thought that was a good thing to do once in a while in those 0-2 counts, whether you think the guy's running or not. You just want to plant a seed in the other team's head that you will pitch out in running situations. In an 0-2 count, you still got a couple pitches to play with here in the at-bat.
Still holding at first. Tomas strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. And Petit strands the 2-out single. We'll play extras at Chase Field, 5-5. Your wild side. Hit it. This guy's wild. Rock the bureau. I don't know what that means.
I don't know, but he's been doing it.
He's been doing that all game. And we're over the 4 hours. Buddy's thrilled.
Yeah, hey, scoot over, will you?
Dude, you're killing it tonight. Brad Ziegler back out there.
Plenty of room. Move over.
Brandon Crawford will lead off the Giant 10th. He had an RBI double back in the second. He's 1 for 4. Diamondbacks this year 5-5 in extra inning games, so this is our 11th go-round. Both bullpens are quiet right now. Giants have used, counting the starter, Matt Cain, 8 pitchers. Brad Ziegler is the 6th Diamondback pitcher tonight, after he worked a 1-2-3 ninth. Base hit. Drops it in the gap in right center. Pollock over to cut it off. Crawford hustling into second. Here's the throw, and he is in there. A hustle double, at least to this point, for Brandon Crawford. It would be his 18th double. Glenn Sherlock on the phone with Alan Campbell. Was Nick Ahmed able to get a glove on that foot?
That's the question. I mean, he was pointing right away. He said he got the foot before Crawford got to the bag.
Hard to see where the glove is because his body's in front on that angle. Here's another look. There will be no challenge from the Diamondbacks. Paul Nart, the second base umpire. As Crawford safe at second, a leadoff double, his second double tonight. And the batter is Brandon Belt. That was hit and rolled slowly enough out there in the gap in right center for Crawford to sneak the extra 90 feet.
I mean, AJ got to the ball quickly. He was moving laterally. I think that was the determining factor for Brandon Crawford to go ahead and try to make it to second base. AJ was moving a little bit to his left as he fielded that ball. And now Brandon Belt will be trying to pull that ball to the right side of the field if Brad Ziegler will give him anything that he can pull that way.
Sky high left field for Peralta. One away. Diamondback bullpen still quiet. And here's Gregor Blanco. Pitcher spot is up next for the Giants. Bob, you mentioned Andrew Susac, the backup catcher, is the only bench player still left to Bruce Bochy. And he is out there in the on-deck circle.
You saw that reaction by Buster Posey over in that first base dugout. I think he was a little upset that Brandon Belt wasn't able to advance Crawford to third base.
Drew Pale wants to talk it over. Got first base open here.
I like a walk here myself.
Why is that?
Well, Blanco, you got a righty on lefty matchup, even though that doesn't bother Brad Ziegler too much out there on the mound. But most importantly, it would exhaust Bruce Bochy's bench. He gets Susac up to the plate. He's got nobody left. We don't know how long this game is going to go on at this point. I kind of like an intentional walk right here myself, but we'll see how Chip wants to play.
Well, they're going to pitch to him here. Crawford at second with one out, and they'll work to Blanco. One and one. Once again, they got Crawford going a little too hard toward third, but there's no one on the bag. So that happened to Robbie Ray earlier in the ball game. Crawford taking a very aggressive secondary lead out there. That one misses away, and Brad's behind 2-1. Keep in mind, Blanco's had a very hot hand at the plate lately. Last 3 weeks or so, he's hit about 370.
It's the first time Brad Ziegler's been extended since he took over that closer's role back on May 14th.
That's in there for a strike, and it's 2-2. Well, the pitch count is still certainly under control. It's the call there for Mike Estabrook. Second right to Owens. Crawford moves up. They get the second out. And Susac will hit. So that clears the Giant bench.
Well, we showed you that shot of Buster Posey slamming his hand down on the railing of the dugout when Brandon Belt popped up to left field with the runner at second base. I'm speculating he was frustrated that Brandon Belt wasn't able to move Crawford up to third. Had he been able to do that, that ball might get through the right side, and we're looking at a one-run deficit.
He would have had to bring the infield in.
Infield would have been drawn in. Of course, everything changes. Brad Ziegler probably would have pitched him differently. Chip Hale may have gone ahead and walked him at that point. But just the importance of that extra 90 feet, giving yourself up somehow to move that guy up to third base with only one out in the inning.
The productive out versus the non-productive out. It makes a big difference over the course of a 10-inning ball game. 1-1 to Susac. He saw the numbers, just under 240 and 3 homers, but he's been pretty quiet lately. 3 for his last 29 at the plate. However, he did homer on the Sunday just before the All-Star break against the Phillies. Action again in the Diamondback bullpen. Giant bullpen as well. Starting to rain inside the stadium again. That's fouled back to the screen. 2-2. Raining hard again outside, we're told. And now you can see some raindrops here inside with the roof closed. It was coming down pretty good in here earlier in the ball game. It was back in the 7th inning. A steady rain on the mound. Crawford, the go-ahead runner at third. 2 outs, 2-2 to Andrew Susac. It's full. Pagan is on deck. He would be next. Everything else in the major leagues is over. This is the Alamo tonight. Got him. Castillo hangs on to the foul tip, and they strand that leadoff double. Bottom 10 coming up. the bases, a pair of 6-5 putouts in this ball game. One early and then one in the 7th.
Well, that one really hurt right there. It looked like the Diamondbacks had it cooking. Bats were on the ropes, but then the bad base running play by David Peralta at third base snuffed out that rally.
And so here we are, bottom 10 now, still tied at 5, and the 9th Giants pitcher of the evening is Santiago Casilla. 23 for 27 in save chances this year. He's one of the best in the business. The ERA 3.34. Want to try and keep this a tie game. Jake Lamb, Wellington Castillo, and Chris Owings 5, 6, and 7 in the Arizona 10th. Giants have now run through their entire bench and bullpen. Lamb singled back in the 3rd. He's 1 for 4. He has struck out 3 times. And the strikeouts for Jake lately have been piling up. In that Mets series in New York last weekend, 0 for 9 with 5 strikeouts. And 3 more punch outs tonight. Roller to Belt at first, an easy first out in the 10th.
Trying to figure out what the Giants will do if this game goes on much longer. Casilla is their closer, and I'm sure Bruce would extend him an extra inning if necessary, depending on pitch count. But Ryan Vogelsong is lurking somewhere. We haven't seen him tonight, but he's got to be down there somewhere. After that, you're looking at starting pitchers.
Well, the plan is to move Vogelsong to the bullpen when they activate Hudson. And Hudson's supposed to start on Monday, but as of this series, he is not eligible. He's still on the DL, Tim Hudson. But theoretically, you could use Vogelsong in that role anyway, if that's what you're planning to do after this series. Castillo doubled and scored in the 6th. He's 1 for 4. Last time the Diamondbacks played an extra inning game here was July the 3rd against the Rockies. And Castillo led off the 10th with a double. Scored on a Cliff Pennington walk-off sacrifice fly. Diamondbacks have 3 walk-off wins this year. They are 5-5 in extra innings. Called strike 3. Mike Estabrook brings him up, 2 down.
A lot of strikeouts in the ball game tonight. I don't know so much if it's good pitching or just a very fluid strike zone for Mike Estabrook.
How about that shot? Great work by our crew here. She's not buying it. Here's Chris Owings, who has singled and homered. The home run back in the 4th, his 3rd of the year. Casilla not messing around out there. 7 pitches, 6 strikes. Another guy having some problems with his footing out there on the mound. This was the Owings homer off Matt Cain to lead off the 4th. Nice flat fastball up at the belt level, and CO didn't miss it. His 3rd of the year.
Well, there's been 15 different pitchers out there on the game mound. There's probably a few holes and divots and ditches and landing areas where you don't quite want them at this point.
Out in front, just does get a piece. It's 1-2. We've reached the 11 o'clock hour here in downtown Phoenix. We started at 6:40. that Elvis or Evel Knievel? Well, he's got the Elvis look going.
This is only the third time this season that a National League team has used as many as 9 pitchers. The D-backs did it May 22nd against the Cubs. Brewers did it May 31st against the D-backs. And the Giants used 9 here tonight so far.
3-2. Ahmed would be next. CO has hit the ball hard 3 times tonight. Bounced that one in the dirt. And it's a 2-out walk. So for the second time in as many innings, the Diamondbacks have a 2-out base runner. That's the winning run. Good at bat there by Chris Owens.
Start your engines.
You're running him.
Yeah, got to get him down there somehow and do it quickly. First or second pitch of the at bat right here. Of course, the Giants are thinking along those same lines I mentioned earlier. Posey's thrown out 41% of the runners this year. Once again, it's going to depend on Casilla and how quickly or slowly he unloads that ball to home plate, whether CO can get a jump and try to steal a bag.
They're thinking right along with you. Belt holding Owens on the bag at first. Ahmed doubled in the 4th. He's 1 for 4. Baxter back there trying to keep everybody going. Just past 11 o'clock here in downtown Phoenix. Owens holds it first. Ahmed broke his bat. A little dribbler to Duffy who charges and throws him out. So we'll keep playing. 11th inning, still tied at 5. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. 11th inning here in downtown Phoenix Chase Field. No longer raining outside or inside for that matter. Diamondbacks and Giants tied at 5. Changes for the D-backs. Randall Delgado, their 7th pitcher tonight, his 37th appearance of the year. And the pitcher spot now 8th in the Diamondback lineup. Chip Hale has inserted Cliff Pennington into the game. He takes over at shortstop for Nick Ahmed. Penny bats 9th. Pitcher bats 8th. And Angel Pagan will lead off the Giant 11th. He is 0 for 4. He has struck out twice. Walked his last time up. Well, Bob, I know you're hungry. It's getting late. We've already got tacos. We got 5 runs. Problem is, so do they. But you got the tacos. You got the 10 strikeouts, so you get your thirst buster.
Oh, nice.
We've had a home run from Chris Owings, so you got your jumbo jack. The only thing we need is a pizza. And to get that from Papa John's, we need a win. Pagan shoots that the other way. It's on the left field corner. It's a fair ball. It hits the wall, and Angel Pagan is in there with a leadoff double. A second straight inning here in extras. The Giants have had a double to lead off the inning.
Just slices it down that left field line, pitch down and out over the plate. The difference last time, Brandon Crawford led off the 10th inning with the double. Then you had Brandon Belt, Gregor Blanco, and a pinch hitter. Well, this time you're right into the teeth of the Giants' order, rather. And Joe Panik is a guy that can handle the bat. He can pull the ball the right side. He can put down a bunt.
Yeah, Delgado really has his work cut out for him here. Panik, Duffy, Posey, Pence coming up. And there is your bunt. Delgado's got to chase after it. He can't get there. And they get the out at first as Owens makes a nice play, but Pagan moves into third.
A really nice bunt by Joe Panik, and an even better play by Chris Owens. That is a tough play. Once that ball gets by Randall Delgado, Chris Owens is the only guy that can make that play. Gloves it and shovels it on to Goldie with both hands, actually with his right hand, just in time to get Joe Panik. Nice play.
They scored a sacrifice for Panik, 4-3 on the putout. Great job by Chris Owens. And now with one out and Pagan at third, the infield will come in as Matt Duffy, with 3 hits tonight, steps in. 3 for 5. He has doubled and scored a run.
Big out to get right here. If you can retire Duffy, that would give you the option of possibly walking Posey and Pence to get to Brandon Crawford. I don't know if I like the righty-lefty matchup with Crawford, but at least it would give you the option of skipping a couple of very professional hitters here with a runner at third base in a tie game in extras.
Yeah, Delgado with this situation is really out there on the plank here. 1-1 to Duffy, 1 out. Pagan, the go-ahead runner at third. Popped him up, foul. It's 1-2. Giants in the 10th had Crawford lead off the inning with a double against Brad Ziegler. Belt flied out. Blanco grounded out. Susac struck out. And they stranded that leadoff double at third base, trying to do the same thing here in the 11th. Called strike 3. Big out there by Delgado. There you go, BB. 2 down now. He made a big pitch when he really needed one.
A lot of movement on that two-seamer, brought it right back to the outside part of the plate. Another possible byproduct, if you did walk Posey and Pence to get to Brandon Crawford, it would set up a force play anywhere on the infield.
They're going to pitch to Posey. talked about maybe walking Blanco in the previous inning. They pitched to him and it worked out. We'll see if they give Posey anything at all to hit here. You got Pence on deck.
As we've documented throughout the evening, they've just been working Buster Posey away with everything. Breaking balls, fastballs, changeups, everything off the plate away.
Single in the 5th and the RBI sac fly against Enrique Burgos in the 7th. Flied out his last time up against Brad Ziegler. That was in the 9th.
Of course, the real wild card when walking guys intentionally to load them up in extra innings, you've got to trust that your pitcher can get right back in that strike zone immediately. Yeah, maybe it's just me, first game back after a long layoff, but it seems like all these relievers are a little rusty with their mechanics.
It's rusty here.
Yeah, saw Brad Ziegler, as good as he was in the ballgame tonight. Even he struggled a little bit with his command. Daniel Hudson had trouble finding the zone consistently. Enrique Burgos made some mistakes up in the zone.
No, I think they're just going to put him on here behind 3-0. Yep.
When you think about these relief pitchers, and they play catch every day. They throw off a mound sometimes 3 days a week, 4 days a week, 5 days a week, depending on what's going on with the pitching staff. And suddenly you take 3 full days off without throwing a baseball.
Here comes Mike Harkey as Hunter Pence steps in. They're on the corners with 2 outs. Pence is a triple shy of the cycle. He singled and scored in the 2nd. Doubled in the 4th and had this game-tying 2-run, 2-out homer in the 7th.
I gave some numbers earlier. The Giants with and without Hunter Pence, they're 10 games over with him, 7 games under without him. Even more mind-boggling, they score 3.78 runs per game without Hunter Pence. They score 5.64 runs per game when Hunter Pence is in the lineup. That's a considerable difference, nearly 2 runs per game difference.
Buster Posey was talking about that. He says he thinks the other team, in this case the Diamondbacks, feels it when Pence is back in the lineup. His presence certainly is a game changer from a mental standpoint, if nothing else. Delgado ahead 0-1. 6'4", 220 pounds. He's just a wall of muscle up there. Oh, and 2.
Dangerous area to pitch Hunter Pence. He steps in that bucket so badly. I mean, opens up the front hip, opens up the front shoulder. Be careful in there. Make sure you get it far inside.
Coming in again here. That's a fair ball, backhanded by Lamb. And for the 2nd consecutive inning, the Diamondbacks strand a leadoff double in extras, and we are still tied at Chase. At Chase Field tomorrow, which is in about 45 minutes. For Star Wars night, D-backs and Giants, it's a 5:10 start. 20,000 fans get this A.J. Pollock Star Wars bobblehead from Cox Communications. Get your tickets right now at dbacks.com/Star Wars. If you can't make it to Chase Field to join us, well, watch on Fox Sports Arizona, Diamondback Live pregame show. And 4:30, it's a 5:10 first pitch. A.J. Pollock Star Wars bobblehead night here tomorrow. Well, the Giants have Tim Hudson coming off the DL on Monday in San Diego. He'll start that game against the Padres. He's been out with some right shoulder trouble. He's just old, he says. So Ryan Vogelsong, who's been in the rotation all year, will move to the bullpen when Hudson is activated on Monday. He's out there a little earlier than they'd planned, the 10th pitcher of the ball game for the Giants. Here's Tim Hudson, and Tim Lincecum was also on the DL. Lincecum was hitting the forearm by a line drive. They don't know when he's going to be back. Jeremy Affeldt is also on the DL, although he started a minor league rehab assignment last night. Cliff Pennington leads off the 11th. And Penny, so many times it seems, has been an extra inning walk-off hero for the Diamondbacks last few years. And has been a very productive bat at the plate lately. He's down 0-2. Let's see, Cliff 14 hits in his last 33 at bats up there.
And a lot of the outs he made have been hit hard right at people.
Took over at shortstop for Nick Ahmed. Song strikes out Pennington to open up the bottom of the 11th.
Center field.
16 start this season for Vogelsong. He's 6-6 with an ERA of an even 4. 2 relief appearances, a total of 5 2/3 innings. He's given up 5 runs.
A.J. Pollock has seen Vogelsong before. A.J. a pair of doubles today. He scored twice. Doubled in his first 2 at bats tonight. Star Wars Day tomorrow with the Jedis and the Wookiees and the whole thing. A.J. Pollock, an all-star and a Jedi night. And we'll go get into some lightsaber metrics tomorrow. Our crack staff is already on the case. And sound effects and everything. To center, Pagan's got to come in. Panic range is out. 2 down. David Peralta has seen Ryan Vogelsong before. April 7th.
Boom.
One of those would do nicely right now. 2 down, nobody on. Peralta 3 hits, including 2 triples. You like this matchup?
Ooh. Well, his legs are good and loose after running 2 triples. Might as well end it on an inside the park home.
Yeah,
How would that be?
Let him jog around for a change. Peralta's 2 triples. He's now got 9 extra base hits in 11 games this month. Trying to get a base runner for Goldie. 2 outs. Strike 3. Vogelsong, 2 strikeouts in the inning. David not thrilled with Mike Estabrook there. We'll go to the 12th, still 5-5.
Carl Hubble on this day began a 24-game winning streak spanning over 2 seasons. 6-0 victory over the Pirates. Carl Hubble will not lose a game until Memorial Day next season.
Famous New York Giant pitcher with the screwball. Randall Delgado back out there for his 2nd inning of work, and Brandon Crawford, who led off the 10th with a double, leads off the 12th. Crawford a pair of doubles in the ball game. He's 2 for 5. Ryan Vogelsong looked very good for the Giants. A 1-2-3-11. This was Vogelsong's first extra inning appearance since 2006. And the Giants have used 10 pitchers. Delgado is the 7th pitcher of the ball game for the Diamondbacks. Base hit for Crawford. And just like the 10th, he's aboard with a base hit to lead off the inning.
First baseman Brandon Belt.
A good changeup to Brandon Crawford to start the sequence, but that one was up over the heart of the plate. Crawford found that hole in the right side of the infield.
Brings up Brandon Belt, who's 1 for 5, a single in the 8th. Diamondbacks put the shift on. Giants have had the leadoff man aboard now the last 3 innings, the 10th, 11th, and 12th. Crawford doubled, Pagan doubled, and now Crawford a single. Belt has not done much against the Diamondbacks this year. Came into the ball game under 190 versus the D-backs in 9 games this season, and he's had a quiet night here tonight.
I mentioned earlier, Bruce Bochy doesn't use the sacrifice bunt very often, especially with position players. Brandon Belt only has 1 in his career. And no sign of bunt in this at bat.
That Belt was a problem for the D-backs last season. He hit over 330 versus Arizona last year. 4 homers in 10 games. Swinging away up here. I hope the dog is okay.
Oh, dog's.
I mean, it's been a long game. Jones got that under control.
Oh yeah. I hope.
First day of dog sitting and run into a 5-hour game.
You see that blue ink on the barrel of Brandon Belt's bat. You used to see that after interleague play, because the American League baseballs used to have blue ink on them, and the National League had black ink. That's how you could tell if a guy's bat was used in an American League game.
Popped it up, left side, long run for Pennington. Can he get there? You betcha. With Pennington. Well, that's why they like to leave the shortstop over there. He's the only guy on the left side when the shift is on for the left-hand hitter, because he's got to cover so much ground all by himself.
And he's probably getting some help from his own dugout over there as he got closer and closer to that railing, but able to make the play on the warning track and immediately checks the runner at first base to make sure Brandon Crawford is not trying to do anything silly over there.
He's a very underrated defensive player. One away for Blanco.
He's a roster saver as well, because he can play short and second and third and first
and left
as
we found out in Anaheim. Trying to sneak in and see what the pitch was.
And a lot of times teams are forced to carry two backup infielders because one can only play second and one can only play short. And obviously, if you've got one guy that can fill both of those positions and third base and left and first, what a valuable piece to have on a team in the National League.
That one off the glove of Castillo, and Crawford's going to get a free base here. And now the go-ahead run is in scoring position with 1 out. And you can see Wellington, that one's on me.
Yeah, that's just a lack of concentration right there. Ball clanked right off the glove, wasn't in the dirt. And look at all the way in.
Scored a pass ball. It's a big 90 feet right there. And for the third straight inning in extra innings, the Giants have a runner at second base.
And once again, we get back to the intentional walk. You've got Ryan Vogelsong in the on-deck circle. Bruce Bochy's exhausted all his position players. Vogelsong will have to hit for himself because he wants to get some length out of his right-hander. I wouldn't even give Blanco a chance.
And then if he didn't get the double play, it worked to Pagan. Two and one. Gregor Blanco, his 4th season with the Giants. He's been a big contributor here. Played at least 140 games each of the last 3 years for Bruce Bochy. Always seems to find at bats. Delgado missed away. He's behind 3 balls and a strike. Three-one pitch. Is ball 4. Second walk issued by Delgado, one intentional. That one was kind of semi-intentional with the pitcher coming up. And Vogelsong will have to hit for himself. You get into these games and you got 10 pitchers, pinch hitters. I mean, you look like Dustin Hoffman and all the President's Men writing stuff on cocktail napkins. The scorebook's a disaster.
And this was the first page of my second half book.
Oh.
I have a first half book and a second half book, and
it's a bad start.
Already it's messed up.
Vogelsong gets the bunt down. It gets by Delgado, and they have no play. They bunted it hard, third base side. It rolled right by Randall, and the Giants have the bases loaded with 1 out for Angel Pagan.
Looks like the regular defense is on, which means Randall Delgado is responsible for the third base side of the field. His first couple of steps were straight in toward home plate. His first couple of steps should be toward the line at third. That's the area you have to protect with Jake Lamb playing back near the bag.
That pass ball, the one that clanked off the glove of Wellington Castillo, has really changed this inning. Crawford at third, Blanco at second, and Vogelsong at first. 1 out. And the batter is Angel Pagan, who doubled his last time up. And some pretty good numbers career against Randall Delgado. He doubled off Delgado to lead off the 11th. Well, if you're a Diamondback fan, the day really started right around 2 o'clock when the Dansby Swanson signing countdown was on. They got that done just under the wire. Swanson, the first overall pick, agreed to terms. He'll be here this weekend. And now here we are, almost 10 hours later, working on a Diamondback win and grinding. Bases loaded, 5-5 of the 12th. A bouncer to Pennington, coming home on the backhander. Castillo can't scoop it. Crawford scores, and it's 6-5 Giants. The throw from Pennington, short hop Castillo at the plate, and the Giants take the lead.
Set up for the force play at home, and nice play on the backhand side, so he was in a good throwing position. He just spikes that ball in the dirt right in front of Wellington Castillo, who can't make the play at home plate. It looked like it might have hit right on the edge of that runway that goes out to the mound. The grass in the dirt area right there may have taken a little bit of a squirrely hop on Wellington.
A fielder's choice E6, no RBI on the play. And the bases are still loaded with a 1 out for Joe Panik, who's got 3 hits. Diamondbacks, if they can't hang on here, will drop 4 in a row and 4 games under 500. Blanco at third, Vogelsong the pitcher at second, and Pagan at first. Still just 1 out, 0-2 on Panik.
You may remember a long time ago when we started this show, we talked about the Diamondbacks defense and how good it had been in the first half, and how you just cannot afford to give other teams, especially good teams like the Giants, more outs in an inning than they deserve.
Trying to keep it a 1-run deficit here. You've got Goldie, Tomas, and Lamb 3, 4, and 5 due up in the bottom of the 12th. And Panik strikes out, 2 down.
And we also talked about the good base running, and we've seen a couple of gaffes on the bases that possibly cost the Diamondbacks some runs tonight.
Who produced that segment?
I don't know. Whose idea was that? Well, That's what makes it so shocking to see him make bad plays and bad decisions on the bases, because for the most part, the first half of the season, their decision making was really good, combined with the aggressiveness, and it was fun to watch.
One more big out to get here. It's Matt Duffy, who's got 3 hits tonight. 2 singles and a double. He has scored a run. Delgado struck him out looking in the 11th, and he's ahead 0-1. Pennington. Nice backhand scoop by Goldie. They get out of the inning, but the Giants get one. Bottom 12 coming up. Diamondbacks trail it 6-5.
Their career, I know exactly how Cliff Pennington feels. Nobody feels worse than he does. Immediately goes over to Randall Delgado in his own way to apologize, and Randall kind of rubbed him on the back of the head and said, "Don't worry about it."
Well, there's a long list of contributors on the Diamondbacks side, that's for sure. Some base running mistakes, some poor defensive plays. They've had their opportunities, haven't gotten the timely hit for the most part, and now they're down a run here. And Ryan Vogelsong just banished to the bullpen and working in extra innings for the first time in nearly a decade is in position to get the win. But the Diamondbacks have the heart of the order coming up. Goldie, Tomas, Lamb, 3, 4, and 5 at the bottom of the 12th. And Goldie with interesting results against Vogelsong. He's had a lot of strikeouts and a lot of hits. He has walked and singled his last 2 times up. He had a pair of RBI sacrifice flies to open up the ball game. So here we are in the 12th inning, and Goldie is just 1 for 2. Well, we might as well tie it up right here and then win it.
I'm all for it. Back to back, bloop and a blast, whatever it takes.
In the D-backs' last meeting with the Giants, which was last month at AT&T Park, Goldie had 6 hits and 3 walks in that 3-game series. Reached base safely 9 times in 14 plate appearances as the D-backs swept that series. He's down 1 and 2. Looking for a base runner here. consistency is at it again. He singled in the 9th. He singled to lead off the 12th. And Goldie, I showed you this earlier for comparison's sake. 340 at the All-Star break this year, 21 homers. Statistically, if you look at him at the break the last 3 years, he's having his best season at the plate so far. The OPS over 1,000. He's the tying run with Yasmani Tomas up.
And right now leading the National League in 2 of the 3 Triple Crown categories. Leads the National League in batting average and RBI.
Tomas hitless tonight. He's 0 for 5. He has struck out 3 times. Again, Dave McKay conferring with Paul Goldschmidt down there. Belt holding him on the bag at first. Goldie holds. Tomas lifts it in the air. Foul toward the right field corner. Oh, we just passed the 5-hour mark in the ball game. Oh, and 2. Tomas, another chance. He's been doing this most of the year to try and deliver behind Goldie. Chip Hale was talking about that not too long ago. Said there was no way the coaches thought that Tomas would be hitting 4th in the lineup so soon after coming up to the minor leagues. They figured he'd come up to the big leagues, hit 6th, 7th someplace. And he's been locked in the cleanup spot for the better part of the last few months. Tapper double play possibility. Panic makes the tag and throws him out. Quickly 2 down.
The only thing you can do as a runner going from first to second is try to spin Joe Panic away from the throw. But you can see Goldie was just trying to outrun him and get to second base before Panic could apply the tag. So wasn't able to really disrupt that play very much at all.
So it's up to Jake Lamb. 1 for 5 with a single. He has struck out 3 times tonight. April 7th, he homered off Overton. That was before the foot injury that kept him out 42 games. And he's down 0-2. Giants trying to snap a 7-game road losing streak. If the Diamondbacks drop this one, they'll have lost 4 in a row after the sweep last weekend at the Mets. 1-2 pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 5:10 start tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show comes your way at 4:30. Game 2 of the 3-game series. Chase Anderson for the D-backs and Jake Peavy for the Giants. Corbin and Mad Bum here on Sunday. It's full, 3-2. One of the Giants fans that have hung in here, not happy, trying to get Castillo a shot. 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. There's your base runner. Diamondbacks still alive. And Wellington Castillo comes up. Castillo doubled and scored in the 6th inning. He is 1 for 5. He's got 3 strikeouts. Diamondback Live postgame show follows our ball game. Is Rich Rod still here?
I think they probably had workouts.
Yeah, got him up running sprints right now.
I'll tell you, it's amazing how this game will give you opportunities to redeem yourself. Sometimes even in the same ball game. Wellington Castillo with a big pass ball in that top half of the 12th inning. Gets an opportunity here to possibly win the game with a long one.
That's in the seats. It's 1-1. Oscar Hernandez with a bat in his hand and a helmet on in the dugout talking to Turner Ward.
After Wellington Castillo, you've got Chris Owings, and then the pitcher spot should we get down there.
That would be Oscar's first major league at bat. Base hit for Castillo. Diamondbacks still alive here. First and second, 2 down for Owings. Won't go anywhere.
Just watching the way Vogelsong has pitched in this inning with a 1-run lead, everything's been away. Conventional wisdom in a close game later in extra innings is to make the other team beat you to the opposite field. Don't make a mistake on that inner part of the plate that could possibly get pulled out of the ballpark. So if you're Chris Owings coming up to the plate to take this at bat, you really have to think opposite field.
Owens walked in his previous at bat against Santiago Casilla. He has singled and homered tonight, 2 for 4. Pitcher spot is next. Oscar Hernandez is on deck. It would be his first big league at bat. Owens led off the 4th inning with this home run off Matt Cain, his 3rd of the year. Oh, 0-1. Oh, 2. Where was that pitch? Crawford at short. They get the force on Castillo, and the Giants win the ball game 6-5-12. And the Diamondbacks lose their 4th in a row. They dropped to 4 games under 500 on the year. And they had their opportunities. They had a lead midway through. They had chances late in the ball game as well, but they dropped the opener of this 10-game homestand.
They just looked a little rusty to me. I talked about it throughout the course of the telecast. Some guys look forward to the All-Star break. Other guys want to keep playing. I think the Diamondbacks would have been better served to keep on rolling because they looked a little rusty tonight.
Well, let's keep on rolling right here. Todd Walsh, Diamondback Live, is on the air.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. We'll take a short break. We'll come back and reset. We'll show you how the San Francisco Giants found a way to win Game 1 of this 3-game series coming out of the break. We'll go up to the broadcast booth and break a couple of things down with Bob Brenly. Plus, we'll get inside the Arizona Diamondbacks interview room. As always, we'll hear from skipper Chip Hale on how the Diamondbacks squandered a couple of huge opportunities to put runs on the board and win this game, which, of course, they did not, falling in 12-6-5. When we come back, Diamondbacks Live, presented by CenturyLink, late into the night on this Friday night, soon to be Saturday morning. We'll be back in a